Hello everyone. Hi Gapian Dragon. Happy Saturday to you as well. I hope the audio is alright. I made it a little louder so that maybe I can hear the alert messages that I put in. Yeah, I'm doing my part. Does it work? Can you hear it? Because it's super loud for me now. Yeah, awesome. That's great, thank you. Rage potion. Hi Cat! Hello! How are you doing? Hi Cat! Happy Saturday! I love this emote, the bongo tab. Thank you so much. Yeah, I wanted one because not everyone has one. At least not the streamers that I watch. Thank you for the shout out. You're welcome. So today we're gonna continue with Hermitage. Bongo has taken #1 again in July. Really? Because I got a message that Rage was the one at the top. But maybe it changes every day. Yeah, hello Guppy, how are you guys doing? Doing well, still tired. I slept 8 hours, still tired. No use. It doesn't help. EP sleepy is not going away. But at least this weekend we're gonna be relaxed because there is no game jam. Last weekend I had to work on a game jam that was very tiring because the week before that was already tiring, and I just managed to do to finish the game. Derpy emotes are the best. Yes, yes, I love my derpy emote. I really wanted one. I also have more emotes in the works. I want to do a punchy emote, but it's all gonna be on Discord because I don't have spots right now. Busy shooting ducks into space. Yes. I made a ducks in space game. Oh wait, I still haven't replied to Alastor. He's doing the Godot tutorial so we can make the game a bit better. Weather potion, yes. Rain. It's been raining the past days. It's amazing. Love to see that. I think someone had the stronger version of that potion earlier. One sitting in Germany is totally white due to hail. Whoa! Well, it's not here. I haven't seen any hail. Yeah. It's like snow, but in summer. Oh my lord, yes. But how are you guys doing? How has your weekend been so far? I just woke up from a nap not long ago. Such a mood. You're EP2, Gambian Dragon. Oh, man. Yeah. I guess I'm not alone. Alright, let's go. Totally not productive day, because Cramps to be joining me all day today. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, some days are just like that. No productivity. No, no way. Hermitage, why are you not showing up? I'll just bongo tapping. Yeah, you do that. I guess Hermitage is not starting unless I activate the game. So, okay, let's just mute the soundtrack. And let's start Hermitage. We good now. Wait, I will put myself a little bit farther away. Come on. Nope, not working. God damn it. There we go. Because it covers the dialogue. Hydrate the guppy. Yeah, hydrate the guppy. Oh wait, it's on cooldown. Yes. Yeah, 1 minute cooldown. Only 20 more points for 45k? What do you mean? 45k? You receive a glue potion. Tasty glue. Is this really glue or is it slime? Oh, 45k herbs and spices. Yes. Yeah. Soon you will be able to prepare a duck. Resume game. That's a lot of ducks. Oh yeah. We did the conversation with Eloise, but we didn't get when we had to look at her. There's complete silence. Doesn't waste time. Alright. Yeah. That's the conversation we had. Welcome. I'm looking for a book. It's the book that Cecile has. So she can't get the book. Moves a little closer. Maybe we look at her now. Oh no, wait, the prompt is not there yet. Okay. Your time must be precious. Has Cecile the book? Yes, Cecile has the book. Wouldn't be wise to lie. She knows Cecile. They're friends. They're wearing the same uniform, but she's a senior. Yeah, they're also in the same art club. She shows me her student card. Girl, this is not a club. It's just a bookstore. I'd like to find more about... When does the prompt come? I value privacy, but since you know Cecile, let's talk about her. Something's wrong with her. She's been bullied at school. She's been pressured into work too hard because she has a stipend or something. So she has to work extra hard. Don't tell Cecile about this. She looks pretty though. Yeah, she's pretty. You know something. How should I put this? This is my golden opportunity to find out more answers. I should slip into a certain role. When two people don't really know much about each other, it's easy to pretend to be someone else. There's a lot of I can find out if I play this right. There should be a way without her having to say anything. Ah, there we go. Need to find the right moment. Analyzing behavioral pattern, choosing the right approach is essential. So maybe when she does something, I mustn't miss it. Asking out of the blue wouldn't be smart. I need to plan this. I can trust you. Cecile had her reasons for coming to me. Yeah, he was a therapist, but he lost his license under circumstances we are not familiar with. He was kicked out. Some guys stopped him from practicing. Let's not dwell on the past. Sir, tell me what happened. I used to work in the field of social sciences. So he's kind of lying, but not really. And Cecile found out that he was a therapist and thought he would listen, but instead he was just talking over her. Maybe now? Let her eyes wander around the store instead? It takes in the messy piles of books and... Maybe now! I'm gonna lurk for now, Elf. I gotta go eat dinner now. Enjoy your dinner and happy lurking! Yes, enjoy your dinner, cat. Oh, I wanted to click. Examine her head, examine her wrists, examine her face, examine her posture. Face? Enjoy your dinner, cat. That comma is important. Face. Should we examine her face? Or, I mean, posture? There's nothing to examine there. Examine her head. Should examine Eloise's head. I'm concerned about what Cecile saw in her vision. Examine her head. Get the phrenology gear out. According to her, Eloise suffered a bad... Oh, right. Yeah, I was going with face, but she's looking around, so looking at her face would be like, hey, can you turn around again so I can look at your face? So maybe head is the right thing to do? Maybe I'll find some trace of that. Let me examine your head. Can you lift your hair? I'd say the first floor perfectly captures the wayward's color. That's a bug? Because we just saw that. Being gloomy isn't exactly something I have to pretend to be. Okay, I promise. What promise? Did I miss something? Bronson extract. Yummy. Oh, what does she promise? Oh yeah, keep my story a secret too. Alright. Whatever. Strike the iron while it's hot. That's good. You already found your way here. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? So far I've only heard Cecile's point of view, so your help would be much appreciated. Please ask. Anything way I can help, I will do it. Hearing Cecile's name seems to make her particularly energetic. Is this a different dialogue from before? Or is it the same dialogue? I take out my notebook and quickly flip to the page with the most handwriting scribbled on it to keep up appearance. Yeah, we had that before. You said that before. I have a lot of questions actually. Let's go through them one by one. What should I ask? So he didn't examine her head? Well, or will we get different dialogue? Yukai Cup? Yeah, there's gonna be a competition. We always score well in the competition. It's great for the school's reputation. You are forced to keep participating. I don't want to be part of it. I hated how the schools are so competitive. And they changed the theme from watercolor to oil painting. It's way too much work for a school competition. It's getting worse each year. They don't care about the students. It's wasted energy. How do you think Cecile is doing? You're her friend. She's really kind. She's the best in people. She's calm and quiet. Oh yeah, and the other students are making her do work she's not prepared for. It was mean and unjust. And I started taking care of her. Not sure what to say. I flick my cigarette ash. Oh my god. She's too shy. People will consider her an easy target. If she never says anything, it's gonna be worse for her and for the people around her. Yeah, that's the same dialogue as last time. Yeah, we acquired also this info before. Is she good? She's okay. Is she actually good at art? but not very good with the others. And she's a transfer student. The others think she doesn't belong there. Here's her senpai. Oh yeah, the preparation class. Lowering the fee, so yeah, she has like a stipend. But it demands progression. That teacher is very strict. And she actually puts in effort, unlike her other fellow students. I deliberately look over Eloise's shoulders towards the store door and try to imagine my ex-girlfriend suddenly standing there. Ah, why did you come here? No matter how calm and she appears to be, Eloise still seems nervous. She hurries back to confirm the identity of the bookstore's supposed new visitor. Of course there's nobody there, but this gives me the perfect opportunity. I try not to make a sound as I give a momentarily distracted Eloise the once over. As expected, there are white marks all over Eloise's neck and her hairline is discolored. Quick, shave her head! Yes! I'm doing this for Cecile! I swear, I mean well. The bruising and bleeding probably damaged the hair follicles, but fortunately it doesn't look too bad. It would be difficult to spot this mark without purposely searching for it. That said, the location of the wound is pretty serious. If you're unlucky, a smack to the back of the head will knock out a person. A hard enough blow would not only leave a scar, but the victim would be fortunate if it didn't leave any long-term damage. Ooh. Ah, sorry, I just saw a kid by the door and thought it was my nephew coming over to play. What? You said it was your ex-girlfriend? Do your relatives live in Mato too? My sister and I came here a long time ago. I'm just trying to make a living, but she's leading a much better life than I do. Is Scarlett his sister, actually? She's leading a much better life. I thought Scarlett was his friend, but maybe it's his sister? Let's get back on topic. Eloise has very strong opinions, and she stands by them. That's my conclusion after asking her so many questions. Did we do it? Was that what we were supposed to do? Just look at her head and be like, oh yeah, that's a scar. She really had a head injury. She is calm and composed and can back up all her arguments with logic. She has a very mature way of thinking, something that's probably uncommon among her peers. Still, this thing with the perfect posture, good manners, and high intellect doesn't seem to have many friends. Been talking for over 2 hours, and yet she mentioned hardly any other students by name. No wonder she cares so much for Cecile. She has somewhat of a protector's instinct, and just wants her to do well. I'm sure that from a psychological perspective, trying to maintain order among the students while standing in the crossfire between them and Cecile is taking its toll on her. You've been a really big help. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. The girl humbly bows her head. Let's not forget that she was stalking Cecile, but even so, she's shown nothing but sincerity. Oh my, I've completely lost track of time. Is that going to be an issue with your school? Eloise follows my eyes to look at the wall clock. and can't help but smile bitterly once more. I guess that's all we can talk about for today. I'll come back some other time. She bows a little and turns around, ready to leave. Things are going really well. I should make use of that one more time. Say, Eloise? What is it? Eloise stops and looks over in my direction. Concerning you and Cecile's after-school practice. Oh yeah, could you not smoke incense for a while? No more lilac grass. We put in a hold for a few days. For a moment there's a tension in the air again. What? Eloise throws me a puzzled look, filled with more than just confusion. It might have been a little too direct. I don't want to overstep any boundaries. I have to say something. Yeah, I had it last time. What did I choose? Mental state for her own good. Oh no, no. I think I had this one for her own good. Don't get me wrong. I just think that there's been a lot of pressure recently. Don't you think it would be better for you two to talk instead of practicing all the time? Sniffing incense? I just feel as if she's in a bad place. I'm sure she could use someone who listens to her. I see. If you think that's a good idea, then sure. No more sniffing. Not sure she'll agree to it, though. Oh, why is that? Just not sure if she's even still interested in hanging out with me. You've said it yourself. We've been under a lot of pressure lately. I had the same thoughts last Tuesday too, but Cecile didn't have time to meet up with me. She said she had other things to do and was busy. It struck me as strange, and then I found out she was alone in the studio. I have no idea what she was doing there. Must be hard for you too. Everyone goes through tough times, right? The whole thing is just weird to me. As her senior and her friend, she should be able to share her problems with me. I just want to help her. I give her an understanding nod. Please, take good care of her. Eloise nods once more and smiles at me. Then she leaves the store. I let out a sigh of relief. It's difficult to reason with people who are really concerned about something. There's a word for that. I can't recall the term for it right now. Enough of this. I turn off the lights again. Save. Case files. In the conversation with Louise, it became obvious that she is very fond of Cecile. However, she also thinks that her friend should be more confident. She thinks Cecile being too forgiving will have the opposite result. No new books? Thoughts. Nobody's around. Finally I can sort my thoughts. I'm not satisfied with the way things have been going. Eloise and Cecile seem to have a good relationship. Being so open to me about everything doesn't seem like the reaction of someone with bad intentions. Also, Eloise is unhappy with the club's current state, which fits together very well with Scarlett's findings. Without a car and all by herself, it would take quite a bit of time to get to Hermitage from Phoenix High School, so she shouldn't have seen Scarlett making contact with members of the art club. Maybe I should believe her. Finish work, then. Nighttime. Let me see, what else? I'm back on the second floor. Finally, there's a chance to make use of what Scarlett managed to find out. It's pretty crazy to see how quickly social media platforms have changed and advanced over the past few years. The student Scarlett found out about uses the same name on multiple platforms. Alright, she was gonna send us the name. She must have conducted some preliminary research using search engines to find that out. However, things aren't looking too good. There's a personal blog, but it hasn't been updated in ages and was most likely abandoned some time ago. It's hard to find any written material by the student, even in forums where some traces should have been left. Don't you play missing now? Welcome to the Web 2.0 era. The social media platforms advance at an incredibly rapid pace. Not everyone is quick to adapt to these system changes. The students' tweets are very infrequent and random. Many people feel awkward using certain platforms at first, and the limited word count is an additional obstacle. Twitter. Well, it doesn't exist anymore. That might explain it. People looking for alternatives often make the switch to platforms with a more personalized touch. I need to find another message board. Suddenly I have an idea. No one tweets anymore. Everyone is just Xing each other. Where's the difference? Tumblr is one example of the so-called light blog platforms that have emerged over the past years. Dude, let's talk about Tumblr. The screensaver potion. That one is new. Yeah, there's a lot of potions and that haven't been drawn yet. For some reason, it's not as random as you would think. Lots of potions get drawn over and over again. Like Vayne always draws the furry potion. I mean, he is a fox boy, but still. Randomness is difficult. Tumblr isn't used a lot in this country, but several local companies claim to be good enough to keep up with it. Tumblr is used by companies? I haven't seen that. Let's just see how good they are. I enter the name at the end of the URL. Bingo! She's a Tumblr girl. Colored paintings decorate the page. Oh yeah, that's one Tumblr skin, I guess. As a member of the art club, she ended up picking a site that's hugely popular among designers and artists. That's actually correct. You can find very cool artists on Tumblr. Users of the site upload their own artwork, and she is no exception. Ooh, she's an artist. The basic skills are very solid, although not amazing. At least that's my first impression as an amateur. Randomness is difficult. Yes. I'm not here to appreciate art. I open all her updates since January and start browsing through them one by one. January 15th. Today's practice. Compared to the previous few days, my thoughts are a lot clearer now. There's room for improvement in the front and background layers, as well as in the overall composition. That said, I don't know how to improve it exactly. The last time I touched watercolors was as a junior, and I was never really good at it. But I guess I was okay. I did my best anyway. February 1st. This is the finished piece from the last practice session. Even after carefully matching the colors, there are still some obvious flaws. What is that supposed to be? The student representative won. That's what the rumors say. Although the results hadn't been announced yet, she was already preparing to celebrate in the studio. Ooh, cheater. I don't know how to feel. Although I wasn't arrogant enough to think I could outright win. Her painting isn't winning material either. That's true. That painting was mid at best. The atmosphere in the club today was very unpleasant, and the teacher seemed to go out of his way to avoid getting involved. He sounds like Mr. Kermit. I wonder what tomorrow will bring. March 17th. Sorry, no updates for 2 months. The club has been quite a mess recently, and we had much fewer classes than usual. There was an intense argument between 2 club members, but the rest of us were too afraid to intervene. At the end of the day, both of them were equally responsible for what happened. Those of you who know what I'm talking about, please don't comment on it below. Don't add me. Do not interact. Haters do not interact. Next time I'll probably show you some random stuff I've been working on. April 20. Just a few illustrations this time. What do you think is a good name for this piece? Walnut shell? A lot has piled up. When I look at it, I can't help but feel kind of proud of myself. I don't know if I can continue painting. How do you guys manage to keep yourself motivated? I think I'm losing the spark. It's become more of an annoyance than something I love doing. Girl. That's a huge mood. May 7th. 2 sketches. Sure enough, a hard pen seems to work better. I received many friendly messages after my last post. Thank you for your concern. I'm going to keep posting updates. I think it's too early to give up on this. I feel motivated again. Woohoo! That's how it goes. In fact, it has something to do with the change in the art club. The way it happened wasn't the best, but the outcome was unexpectedly good. Maybe that's just how it had to be. By the way, the name Twilight Tea is really great. June 28th. Busy with a lot of final exam stuff, so no new updates, just saying hi. Well, this is some art. It's probably fan art. Looks like a show. A cast of a show. One of us suddenly quit the club. That would have been Lily, the winner. I guess we didn't realize just how close we are to graduating. Things are getting serious. I don't understand how someone could quit now. We're all in the same stressful position. I think quitting is kind of weak. July 13th. A piece I drew at home. I tried to change up the pattern, but I'm not happy with it. I've talked about spatial perspective before. I don't seem to be very good at it. How on earth do you come up with the scene concept? Can anyone help me out? When you find out, you tell me. July 14th. 2 more, that's it. My mood is bad, the weather is bad. My mom hasn't returned from Cambodia yet. I don't think she follows me on here, so I'm asking you, how would you nicely convince someone to come back home? Ooh. I don't want to overstep any boundaries, but I'm a little pissed off, to be honest. August 21, the recomposition version. For the first time, I feel like I've mastered it. I had a lot of private stuff going on, so I didn't really practice at all during summer vacation. It's nice to be able to get some summer assignments done. Ultimately, the police didn't get involved in the incident in July. But it did take up a lot of time and it was exhausting. What incident? She can't mean the competition, right? It would be way too serious for police to get involved. There are some things about it that I can't really discuss. I feel kind of bad and I owe a lot to you guys. On an unrelated note, if any of your local friends spot a group of people wearing black, covering their faces, tell them to stay away. Is there a cult thing going on there? They may not intend to hurt you, but if you get too curious, who knows what kind of trouble you could get into. September 2nd. Another one finished! Cult, yes. Maybe this type of painting is my strength. My teacher seems to think so as well. I haven't studied Monet much, but it's similar to his style. Space, structure, hierarchy, perspective, it's all the same problem, really. After you've mastered different perspective, your understanding of the scene's environment improves immediately. I'll try the Battle of Troy next, while that mindset is still fresh in my head. I still miss that smell. Should I try it again? The incense. Is she talking about the incense? I don't think logic applies to the last painting. I don't think it's supposed to make sense. She didn't mention names, but there's only a handful of people who could have gotten her so riled up. If that's true, I'm worried about her statements. Knowing what I know now, we should have prepared more thoroughly before investigating the school. It doesn't make a lot of sense to think about the past now. It's more important to figure out how to proceed. I should go over everything with Scarlett tomorrow. That's all I can find out for now. Time to get back to my regular job. Wait, what? We didn't get the name? I wanted to look up in the forum if she was in there too. Huh? I finished reading Trail of the Missing Fish. I'll return it tomorrow, okay? Of course, anytime. Thanks. See you then. Have you gathered anything new from reading it? Sadly not. I still haven't made any progress. Many descriptions in the book do match up, but it doesn't change the fact that it's all based on hearsay. There are often different explanations for the same thing. If you can pinpoint the fishing village's exact location, shouldn't that be the confirmation you're looking for? I tried to find it on the phone's map app. I couldn't find any place in the south with that name. The location given by the author is much too vague. Red herring book. Yes. Eesh. It's pretty common for small villages like that to just slowly disappear over time, especially with more and more people coming to the big cities. Oh, I probably got my hopes up too much, thinking that this book would help me. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you. End topic. Bye. Shut up, I gotta go to bed. Ask about the art club. Or ask about yourself or Eloise? Eloise said keep it a secret. She probably doesn't want to know that Eloise was here asking for her. Art club seems to be the topic we need to know more about. Have there been any new developments in the art club these past 2 days? Nothing's changed. We're starting to prepare for the competition next semester. The atmosphere is tense and mountains of materials are already piling up. That's an exaggeration, right? I recall paint and canvas being very expensive. Yeah, you're right about that, but the supplies we need are all paid for by the school. Wow, that school sure lives up to its reputation. They're taking this really serious if they're backing the project with so much money. They didn't want me to take part in the project at first, But Eloise stood up for me, and the others agreed to it eventually. Sounds tough. Oh, we can ask about everything. Well, let's talk about Eloise. Have you heard from Eloise? She came to see me today, but I went back to the dorm and told her I wasn't feeling well. Why are you avoiding her? How did she react to that? She didn't seem taken aback by it, but she went home really early today. She usually stays a little longer and even cleans up after everyone else. Maybe something unexpected happened. Huh? Maybe she was here. It's probably nothing. It's just a guess. About Cecile. Did you find out anything else these past 2 days? It's hard to find out more at school. Classes are going on as usual. It's midterm and the teachers are nervous. We don't have a lot of free time. We? Who's we? Did you have any more strange dreams or visions? This is probably her message. This is a bug. Royal we. We don't have a lot of free time. Please do not waste ours. Bronson extract again. See, it's not random. Do you have more strange dreams or visions? No, I haven't used any incense these last 2 days. Starting to have withdrawals. Smart decision. End topic. Bye. And getting 2 in a row is unlikely, but still random, yes. There are like 80 potions in there right now. I'm a little hesitant to ask, but have you made any progress? Yes, but I'm not telling you. I did some research, yes. I haven't come to a conclusion yet, though. But we can't force anything. We! One cannot force anything. 80. Yeah. I put in a lot of potions. Time for an Excel spreadsheet and distribution analysis. I can't post it in Discord. What would be the fun of that? You're right. Even if I ask Eloise directly, she'd probably just joke around. I still don't feel comfortable about this instance you've been telling me about. Can I try some? If you can, try to get your hands on a little more of this lilac grass. Okay, he wants to smoke it as well. Or sniff it. If we're careful about it, we will be able to avoid making things worse at least. I want all the lilac grass you can find, so I can store it for safety. Since I can't do it myself, I'll find a way to get someone to analyze the ingredients. I'll do my best. Anything that can cause hallucinations that this intense is dangerous. No exceptions. So even if Eloise asks you, don't make any rash decisions. At least wait till I'm done with this part of the investigation, okay? Yeah, understood. Whoops, it vanished again. Exit. Ah, there we go. Internet. Here's one new message. Trying to be appropriate. In all kinds of situations, and that's what happens. The others are not new topics. Stay out of this. Don't get involved again. Says who? Nani? It's not good for you. What are you talking about? Not a cultist. 69. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Just take a deep breath and calm down. Why don't we talk about this in a friendly manner, like adults, face to face? Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you. It's on you now. Why? Damn it. This is the phone. Thoughts. More smoking? The smoke is like a late-night massage for my tired brain cells. There's something strange about that student's statement. Normally, people wouldn't be discussing such a private issue online, and she seems a little overwhelmed. And what about that scent that she misses? Could it be? Whenever I think about that question, I get a bad feeling in my gut. Relationships. Caring deeply, Eloise and Cecile. Club members. Maybe there's something new? Club members? Nope. Oh. This. Let's check our sanity. Still 0. As crazy as ever. Watch TV. Wait. Series is being shown on TV. Looks like this show is quite popular due to the male and female lead actors. It's just an ordinary love story, but it's surprisingly interesting. The acting, especially at the end of the episode, is also really good. I like it. Looks like there's a new addition to my Wednesday night entertainment routine. Okay, dude. Guess we're done. Why are you showing me this? I can't do anything with it. Right then. Thursday. It looks like things are worse than expected. An ad break should come up soon. Scarlett's fingernails sink into the wooden table. What? Scarlett's a werewolf. I hear the sound of the wood creaking beneath my feet. It's becoming increasingly unpleasant. Come on, calm down. Calm down! It's not only Cecile and Eloise. Other students may have been exposed to this instance too. Do you understand how serious this is? She says with a perfectly calm face. Incoming ad break. Starts in 1 minute. Awesome. Thank you, Twitch. And I can actually press snooze 3 times. Well, no. Actually, we should have realized it earlier. Eloise already said that everyone is under pressure because expectations are so high. It's not normal for them to be so confident when it comes to this year's competition. Something seemed off from the get-go. Okay, so let's start the ad break now. And I will see you in a bit. Ad time, snooze. Sleepy ad time. Alright, see you in a bit. Right, let's go. Something was off from the get-go. According to Cecile, she experienced hallucinations from a different perspective. Her classmate seems to have made impressive progress when it comes to painting from strange perspectives, and has improved her spatial awareness. It's not hard to form a connection here. Of course, there's no definite evidence for this. It's all just guesswork. The number of people who have had similar experiences has increased. She puts her head in her hands and groans. Oh. If that's true, I'd rather not have gotten involved in this. Let's find a way to prove our suspicions instead of complaining about it all day. That shouldn't be too difficult. We can just keep an eye out for art club students who have made some progress when it comes to their paintings. Did you ask me to come here today just to scare me? What with? I wish I had that kind of spare time. You left in such a hurry yesterday that there wasn't any time left to discuss this in more detail. To be honest, I don't think we have any time to waste. It sounds serious. I assume you found out something big yesterday. You could say that. I think I've gained some insight. So what is it? We spent a lot of time and energy on this already. If my assumption's right, proof of our theories should be much easier to find than we expected. We're progressing faster than I thought, huh? Again, there's too much fluff in the dialogue. just talk about the details. I put down my cigarette and get out my notebook. Scarlett sits up straighter. She seems more composed again. Isn't that what sitting up straight means? She knows that a calm approach is the only way to work such a case. So, how is this related to Cecile's hallucination? Are we gonna get to combine? How do I prove the connection? Just give me the fucking notebook and let me combine stuff. What happened to Eloise? What happened to Eloise? Just Eloise? Iron but not steel. This could be related to Eloise because she's the new president. Eloise has been standing up to her. That should be. Once I hit submit, can I try again? So, or did I just fuck up then? But this doesn't seem to be Eloise related. Silkworm. Prescriptions. This could be related to the incense. And then the watercolor painting is about Lily, not so much about Eloise. But the cheating incident could be Eloise related. Should I just put in yokai cup? I'm gonna try. Admit. Nope. No! Something still bothers me. Because I think they should have lightened up like this, all three. Damn it. We're trying to give Cecile an explanation for what she's worried about. What is it and why? What does it prove? Since you intend to prove that there's a connection between what Cecile saw and some kind of event, finding evidence is essential. If there are no traces to prove that her visions really occurred, there's nothing more to be said. Even if there was a similar event, if the evidence isn't unique enough, you could argue if it was a mere coincidence. Right, but we saw the scar. What details were there in the hallucinations that made you so sure of a connection? Yeah, where's the scar evidence? Maybe this one? Because there were signs of serious damage. Maybe Eloise and the painting were damaged in the same incident? Just grabbing at straws here because the others are not. If this is not related to Eloise, then it has to be the Bloom painting. Something still bothers me. Great. Oh no, these are the tries that we have. Shit. Corresponding events. No. I was so looking forward to this, but painting in a pool of blood. Wait. Wait. Maybe these things are not really related. But oh great. Can I save? Can I save scum this? Cecile described. Cecile saw something that actually happened in her vision. No elf, no saves coming, only dead despair. Damn it. Pieces of a painting were lying scattered. The serious damage to the painting. God damn it, I think these two belong together, but this one I'm not sure about. Because we used it in another in another collection. It's either this one or damn it! I don't know. amazing depiction of blooming flowers. It wasn't amazing at all. I'm pretty sure these two belong together, but should we add this one? Or is it a given fact that Cecile has visions about the past and we don't need to use it? I'm going with this one. Suspicion approved. What happened to Eloise, the former misdeeds of the Art Association? That's one possibility, and a dependable one at that. Thank you, Scarlet. My god. As we know from the description of the hallucination, Eloise suffered a serious injury. In that particular hallucination, Eloise fell to the ground, lying there alongside her painting. It was her painting? It was. This is a desert and the fire. And no flowers, but... The details were so distinctive that they'd leave no doubt. That painting is the one called Bloom. Now it is believed that Eloise is the artist, meaning there are two possible scenarios. Eloise either plagiarized someone else's work, or she simply took back what was hers in the first place. She did not plagiarize. It was Lily who was saying, this is mine. I'm gonna enter the competition with it. From what I've gathered from various documents, we shouldn't point the finger at Eloise, but at the girl named Lily. Oh yeah. That would rule out scenario number 1. I wonder if the person who exposed the whole thing to the Young Artists Associations was even in the art club. In short, Eloise's injury is related to her having made the painting. In the hallucination, Eloise is lying at the bottom of the stairs. I reconfirmed that with Cecile. Although she couldn't see much, she is absolutely certain about that. So, let's note this down. Bottom of the stairs, not the top, on the ground. She was pushed. The only logical conclusion is that she fell down the stairs. Yet strangely, Cecile sees Eloise with blood behind her head. I highly doubt that she ran downstairs backwards. Is that so? You cannot get hurt behind her head if you fall down the stairs? So what possible scenarios could lead to that other situation? Can I save again? Didn't I save here? Why don't I see Eloise? Oh yeah, because it was after we met Eloise. Right, sure. I can only think of two. Someone pushed her from above, or someone pulled her from behind. Both seem unusually extreme, considering it's only about a painting. Falling down the stairs, a pretty common cause of injury. Makes sense to drop a painting when something like that happens. Even if Cecile isn't on the best speaking with terms with the others, it shouldn't be too hard to confirm that an accident like that took place that last semester. You mean this could have been the event that led to Lily leaving school to continue her studies at home instead? The two students I talked to, I also alluded to the fact that her parents would have had... would have had enough influence to keep a lid on the whole plagiarizing incident. Didn't Scarlett talk to the two students? I mean, he also talked to two students, Eloise and Cecile, but even if people gossip, it's all just an art competition in the end. As long as the people involved don't talk about it openly and nobody approaches the media, there's no way it could turn into such a big thing. So things were going well, but then the accident led to Lily having to leave school as quietly as possible. So they allowed her to stay at home to keep this incident from being exposed. It's just speculation, but from what we've gathered, it makes a lot of sense. Scarlett seems to agree. Did Lily do it? Doesn't seem so far-fetched after all. So this is about as far as we can get with what we have so far. I'll follow up on the incident and verify a few of the smaller things. Maybe the situation will be clearer after that. Do you plan on visiting the school again? It's too early for that. If I show up again so soon, it might cause suspicion. First, I'll find a way to check the school's administrative records, do things the official way. Alright, there's one more thing you should keep an eye out for. And that is? Incense. I need that. I need a sample. Possibly two. I need to know as much as possible about it. How far had already spread? If this kind of thing is also popular among students outside the art club, the situation is much worse than we thought. There was that thing about Eloise's relative. You believe that? Scarlett looks stunned and doesn't seem to share my doubts. I can understand how someone with a modern upbringing like her might have difficulty grasping older traditions. What? First of all, they're not related because she has another upbringing. What traditions? Normal incense, before being sold as a finished product, needs to go through cleaning, drying, segmentation, and other processes. Needless to say, it's quite complex. Looking at it from that angle, the incense Cecile showed me is quite rudimentary. The powder should have been put in a mold and pressed before being wrapped in paper. Although the color looked different, the contents resembled wood chips. It should be classified as incense wood powder. Which raises a new question: process heritage. In our country, the use of incense that retains its natural appearance and features was popular around this time before the Han Dynasty. Many pieces of wood needed to be burned in containers along with charcoal, which is an arduous procedure. The product basically involved into a scented piece of wood, shaped kind of like a chopstick. If it's made into powder mixed with honey and then further processed with spices, it can be shaped freely, but can also be conveniently used for further cooking and baking. Incense for cooking and baking. The aroma is more mellow. As a result, it's faster to make and more variety is possible. Think about how easy it is to use today, for example, when it's lit at graveyards. It's much more convenient. In addition, there's a long-running practice of using powdered wood to burn incense, which requires some sort of container. The traditional use of incense is still around, and these appliances are not difficult to find and buy. So you're saying it's homemade and not professional? Yeah, I see those small stoves online all the time, and they're pretty cheap. Back when I investigated in the countryside, I saw an old man with a small portable stove and box that he used to carry incense wood powder. An unexpectedly reliable and practical device. Those are basically the ways to make incense that have developed here in China. However, the production process of this lilac grass is more common in Japan and Thailand. Why would an old man in this country have a traditional recipe that's not at all traditional here in China? Do you think Eloise isn't telling us the truth about where it came from? I do, and the rough way in which the incense was rolled didn't look like it was mass-produced. Then it's highly suspicious that she's the one supplying it. It's dangerous. We are volatile creatures. If we're offered a cheap way to make our troubles disappear, we don't care if it's a cure or a curse. Cecile is a perfect example. It's hard to believe, and if it were me, I'd probably try to find some more wealthy and less troublesome adults as customers. Well, now that I think about it, Phoenix High School is full of kids from rich families. Scarlett sighs and readjusts her sunglasses. If I have to ask around for it, I might make a little more noise than usual. I hope you're okay with that? Just try not to alert the people responsible. We don't want them to become suspicious and make things even more difficult for us. How about talking to one of the students again? That could be kind of difficult. But hey, I'll find a way. Just sit tight until I know more. Makeup potion. I really think Scarlett should work as a private investigator. I don't think I'd ever be brave enough to tell her that, though. What's the problem? Just tell her. Clown makeup. Her being a lawyer and so good at fieldwork at the same time is really challenging my professional awareness. These past 2 days have been really hard on you. No biggie. Scarlett puts the papers back into her bag. By the looks of it, she doesn't intend to take the afternoon off either. She's so caught up in talking about her plans that I barely say anything. Sometimes effort and result aren't in proportion. I look up at the ceiling and try to rest my weary eyes for a while. Reading always requires time. The more complicated books obviously taking longer to finish. The books dropped off by the mysterious stranger aren't entertaining and don't make for good reading material. Sometimes the writing style is obscure, sometimes important references or even huge chunks of a chapter are missing. In a couple of cases, I can't even make out what the texts are about because they break seemingly every rule of basic language. For professional reasons, I have had exchanges with various experts and archaeological scholars in the past. For people like us, piecing together and try to understand confusing ancient books is nothing new. I dare say we even enjoy the process. Old-fashioned, elaborated phrases have accompanied me for most of my life. The pain in my mind doesn't really have anything to do with them. My brain instinctively refused to read anything more, just like a child covering its ears to escape a ghost story. Whoa, I'm scared. Doesn't make any sense. I'm especially reluctant to give up too easily. If I put them on the market, I'm afraid that would cause a lot of turmoil. Yeah, you're a gatekeeper. You don't put them in the market. You're not even selling them. That mysterious man hasn't done anything wrong so far. But there's something off about him. Always speaking in riddles. I hate him. It's no good. My head will explode if I keep on reading. There he is! My god. Is this our love interest? Just a theory. The deliverer. Looks like you've stumbled upon something that has piqued your interest. I was just thinking about you. I mean, about these books that you gave me. Nani? The guy with the poker face is already standing at the work desk. With all due respect, the security measures here are far from perfect. You should be careful. Oh, just let them come. I don't mind sharing these books with anybody. So, what are you up to today? I just happened to pass by. I told you quite clearly I'd visit again at an appropriate time. You seem to want to check up on the sales. Sadly, none of the copies you brought were sold. Have you sold any books here? Ha! What do you think? That's only half the truth, of course. I won't allow these books out of my sight. They are somewhere in the most obscure corner of the shelf, accompanied by the most massive and tedious dictionaries I know. Really? What a pity! People only turn their heads to enjoy clichés, although things of true value are right in front of them. It's one of the great tragedies of this era. Reading cheap novels is much more entertaining than reading your books. Alright, dude. You may not believe it, but they were cheap indeed. Huh, I thought there'd be a more interesting backstory to them. After all, none but the most eccentric collectors would hold on to these, like me. That may be true, but their son didn't see it that way. Made a bet, trying to impress the ladies. Kids will be kids. Children from a family of scholars are no exception. It's better to learn how to cope with losses early on in life. That kid should be thankful that I taught him that lesson before he was let loose in society. Why disguise it as a bet to teach someone a lesson? Why not be just a little more honest? Insolent boy! This is slave of fashion, basking in your glory, arrogant fool! This brave young suitor, sharing in my triumph! You mean ignorant fool? I didn't know you were familiar with musicals. Oh, so that's from a musical? Which one could it be? I have no idea. I haven't seen a single musical in my life. Except on YouTube, but doesn't count, I guess. Once you've been around long enough, there are always a few quotes that just stick with you. What about you? Do you enjoy the theater? I haven't watched a play in a long time. Never really developed a habit of watching them. The last time was probably in school, apart from writing and editing short stories myself. Guppies, the musical. Yes! Underwater! Pyramid Potion. Drama. I like a good drama. Stage plays are my favorite. The actors value their masks so very much. Before they step on stage, they carefully take the mask out of its wooden box and hold it in the front of their face. It's as if they whisper to the mask that they're about to become one. Just like the curse of Fool's Procession. Just put glue in your mask and you will become one. He waves his hand as he talks, highly engaged in the subject matter. Abandon your own self, fully inherit the spirit of the role, and its thoughts become your own. It's a respectable profession, isn't it? The mysterious visitor flashes me a strange smile. I don't have time to indulge him right now. I should move the conversation forward as soon as possible. Cut to the chase. There's no need to beat around the bush. It's an admirable profession indeed. Let's have a quick chat. Huh? Probably. Let's go with this one. It doesn't require immense passion, skill, and dedication. It's never easy to make a living, no matter which path you choose. You're right. You would do well to stay focused on your path. Is that the threat? To fulfill your duties, a strong will and attitude are of the utmost importance. Is there anything else you wanted to say? No, that's all. I see you have no intention of giving up. At least my visit enabled me to confirm that. He rearranges his collar and meets my gaze under the brim of his hat. I have some personal business to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Please treat these books properly. That's all I can do. Why is this red? In spite of those words, the uninvited visitor never even glanced at what was actually on offer in the shop. He leaves after making such a meaningful statement. The sound of his leather shoes soon disappears behind the door. An unsettling premonition begins to rise in my heart. Was that the right decision? Or would he have gotten chatty? I'm gonna check that real quick. Let's have a quick chat. Don't shake your head at me. I'm curious. People like that were very much more appreciated back in the day. Oh god, it's a boomer answer. I wish I could experience that era for myself. While the words are still just as rich, it isn't remotely the same as experiencing it in the audience firsthand. Unfortunately, as wonderful as the vision is, it is an art almost lost entirely to the tides of time. What we get today are mostly pale, shallow imitations. You can't say that unless you've been there. It pains me to see how we treat our cultural heritage. It seems as if we aren't as advanced as we'd like to think. People who talk like that, I would like for them to do some time traveling. To be utterly disappointed. We're only borrowing from days past, and there's a limit to what we can do. You're right. Oh, wait. That was him. You're right. Simply being able to see that is already one step in the right direction. Judging. No! I want information. I want lore. Perhaps unnaturally overstepping that limit would come at a huge cost to the performance. The way it is now might be healthier in the long run. Yep. You're really giving this a lot of thought. It's just that some things are better left in the past. No shit. Humanity should shift its focus on what lies ahead instead. Anyway, I see you have no intention of giving up. At least my visit enabled me to confirm that. Nope, it was not, Don't hate me, but I want to see what the other answers look like. Judging intensifies. If we play dumb, does that help? Cut to the chase? Maybe, I guess, to tell you the truth, I don't know much about acting. They're all just different paths to the same end. To do something well, you must remember the role you play. Cry! No! It does make sense. Maybe I could learn something from that. Anyway, I see. Oh, so it's cut very short here. Okay. Okay, yeah. I thought we were gonna get some information, so yeah, let's go with the first initial choice. Okay then. Saves coming finished. This isn't good. Seal hasn't written back yet. Our school shouldn't have any strict guidelines concerning mobile phones. And it would be appropriate to ask Scarlett about this. Regardless of whether Scarlett can pull it off, if she visits the school too often, the possibility of her being discovered will grow. It's not worth the risk. It was a mistake not to ask for Eloise's phone and number yesterday. That way I would have had a second reliable option right now. To be honest, it wouldn't even have mattered if it was reliable or not. It would have been better than nothing. My right eye starts twitching uncontrollably at the thoughts. Sanity. -10. Although it's probably just from the strain of being in such a dark environment, it's easier to let my mind wander. I shall call Cecile. I take out my phone and make a quick call to Cecile via the messaging software. Young people seem to be more used to that than to properly dialing a number. If I remember correctly, the other person will receive a call request and then... Is she actually picking up? It couldn't be me. Huh? Ringtone. If this is a coincidence, I will eat my phone. Snack. I walk towards the door to confirm my suspicion. Huh? Tasty, tasty phone. Yes. Eloise and Cecile are standing in front of the door, not saying a word. They both look out of it. What happened? Girls, talk to me. They're holding hands and look rather disheveled as they walk towards me, one slow step at a time. It looks as if Eloise is guiding Cecile along, but she looks just as unstable on her feet and seems like she might fall at any moment. I'm sorry. We sniffed incense again. It was an overdose. Neither of them bows her head in greeting. Instead, their eyes are staring right at me, the only part of their bodies that seems steady. They're just being very wobbly, but staring at me. Even so, I don't feel watched. Their eyes are simply fixed on me, as if observing something that has nothing to do with them. They're just staring at something that happens to be me. Are they staring at the bookshop? Seeing their empty gazes, I suddenly realize a terrible fact. Eloise and Cecile aren't even in this world at all. grab. Square, square, dot 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 dot, square, 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 dot 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 dot, square. Eloise turns her head slightly and makes a strange sound. She's talking. Common sense forces me to understand that. Even if a human manages to make such a sound, the sound of two glass shards rubbing against each other can hardly be called a word. Is he dreaming? Is he having a hallucination? Dot 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 dot. Square, square. Dot 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 dot. Square, square. Cecile doesn't respond at first. The corners of her mouth just keep twitching. I can still hear the ringtone from her phone. Shit. God knows how long they've been waiting at the door, just standing there. I'm afraid that even the most indifferent of neighbors would have called the police. It's a miracle that they were able to walk all the way here after all. At all. It's as if the whole world has forgotten about the two of them. Before I can think about it any further, I grab both of them by the arm and drag them into the store. Square, 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 square. The ominous premonition that has been lingering in my mind since this morning has turned into a terrible situation I'm experiencing firsthand. The cramped space seems to have a strange effect. Despite the fact that there are now 3 people in this tight space, I can hear our heartbeats. Things aren't going well, but somehow I'm beginning to calm down. I pick up Cecile's arm and gently tap her upper arm near the elbow. The motion causes her to curl her arm suddenly. At least her reflexes are still there. So simple, straightforward body functions don't seem to be affected, at least not yet. When you think about it, people sometimes walk automatically, even if you're dragging them along. Maybe that's how Eloise pulled Cecile in front of the store, little by little. I try snapping my fingers in front of their eyes, and they redirect their gaze, but that's the only response. Needless to say, they are clearly subdued. Their physical state is very similar to the effect of incense that Cecile once described to me. Even if I don't want to speculate in this direction, reality doesn't leave me much of a choice. So the situation isn't completely desperate yet. As long as I can transfer information to them, I can try to evoke some kind of response. I've had to deal with a lot of stuff in my life. Before I knew it, I was pretty experienced in terms of psychological analysis. That's what you like to think, isn't it? This may prove to be a complete failure, since the source of the symptoms stems from something other than this world. The chances of a blind cat running into a dead rat would actually be higher. I get up and close the door, settle the girls face to face in a chair, and hold up our hands. He's doing a séance. As mentioned before, holding hands is the most straightforward way to create a connection. If only there were a psychologist here right now. I can only hope that my superficial knowledge of this will work. Eloise, Cecile, take a deep breath. You can see a beam of light in front of you. This isn't a magical formula. The people who taught me these crude hypnosis techniques said that the process itself doesn't really matter. The key to success is to create an environment in which people are willing to listen and accept. Not only is it risky, it's not even safe. As a rule, one needs to feel confident and secure. Although friendships can support people through hardships, they also can be toxic. If they have any hard feelings against each other hidden in their hearts, then touching each other's hands will only be counterproductive. I'm taking a leap of faith here. Now, on the count of 3, you will feel the burden disappear completely. 1, 2, 3. Snap! The tension in the air begins to ease up. Something odd seems to fly over my head into the room. Woof! Don't me again. Look. Don't look at me. Eloise closes her eyes and mumbles something, but her breathing sounds smoother and stronger now. Sister, I'm sorry. For some reason, Cecile looks at Eloise apologetically and squeezes her hand tightly. After a long moment, the girl turns her head and an unreadable expression on her face. I'm back again, Mr. Store Manager. Welcome. Although the store is closed right now. This is science happening here. Oh, really? Can I see it? I can't even remember the last time I wanted a cigarette this badly. It was just this morning when I woke up. I had spent 7 hours without a cigarette during sleep. And it's nighttime. Wait, what? Aren't you gonna elaborate on that? What happened? Sorry, I haven't restocked in quite some time. Oh, they're still here. We'll need to improvise when it comes to food. There's whiskey. Are you happy with that? There's whiskey and cigarettes. Cold noodles it is, then. The sky has already gone completely black. The shop is dark and cramped, not exactly the best environment for the 2 girls. Especially in their current condition. That's why I let them stay at my place. Liquid lunch. Jeez. Eloise is lying on a makeshift bed with her eyes closed. She'd probably keep on sleeping like a stone, even if I caused a ruckus right now. She must be exhausted. Cecile is sitting on a small chair right next to Eloise. The way she's holding Eloise's hand makes it look like a scene in a hospital ward. She still hasn't moved. I tried calling her by her name, but she didn't react. She shakes her head and looks at her friend with great concern. Don't worry too much about it. I don't mean to boast, but I'm quite confident in my skills. She'll be okay. I called a friend to bring some medicine, and she's already on her way. It'll be fine. Scarlett agreed to help immediately. That's probably because she's personally invested in this as well. To be honest, I'm hesitant to pat myself on the back just yet. Things are still pretty bad, but this is not the time to panic. Cecile nods absent-mindedly. It's not easy to cope with the fact that someone you like is in a coma. Yeah, she should not be here. And this is even the last of it. I'm really sorry, Mr. Store Manager. I'm so sorry. Today, I... Don't apologize to me. Tell him what happened at least. It wasn't an inconvenience or anything. It's not like the shop's overflowing with customers. That's true. You should apologize only to yourself. I won't sugarcoat it. There are tough times ahead. I know you're too smart to just ignore other people's advice and act recklessly. So there must be some kind of explanation for what happened. I crouch down so Cecile and I are on eye level. She hasn't eaten much today and seems weak and frail. Can you tell me what really happened? Yeah. Cecile doesn't answer immediately. She leans forward and gently strokes Eloise's hair. For a moment she seems to be lost in a world far removed from feelings such as joy or sorrow. There is an inscrutable expression on her face. Mr. Store Manager, can you promise me one thing? That depends on what the request is. At last, she decides to speak. She must have gone over it in her head many times. Whatever I say next, please, just forgive Eloise, okay?
That concludes our club activities for today. Remember to clean up after yourself. If you want to continue painting, go ahead, but don't forget, the last one out closes the door. Class dismissed. Bye.
Business as usual at the art club today. Orderly, quiet, structured, nothing's changed. Although the problem has been entrusted to a man outside the school, the situation hasn't changed yet. Still, Cecile keeps to herself and doesn't complain. These issues need to be solved one after another. Solving one problem won't make another one simply disappear. Everything has to be done in order. Impatience doesn't help at all, so you need to keep your mind calm and treat the people around you well. That's what Cecile was taught, so her patience knows no bounds. Even so, she carries an anxiety with her that she just can't shake. You're on cleanup duty today, aren't you, birthday girl? It's so much work, though. Let's just go. That one's always laughing and smiling. How annoying. Perhaps it's just me. Cecile shakes her head to vent her frustration and organizes her tools. It's her birthday today. For some reason, that girl thinks she can shirk her duties because it's her birthday. Cecile decides to take over the girl's duties. Knowing full well not to expect any gratitude or appreciation. Cecile isn't angry with Eloise at all. Having to report to the teacher for an important project and then following that up with 3 student appointments in the afternoon is more than enough justification to leave early. Cecile doesn't blame the teacher either. At his age, he must be under a lot of stress too. He's probably reaching his breaking point. It didn't look that old. At her previous school, some people thought she was being too tolerant. She is. Cecile never considered it a flaw, though. And just like that, she's suddenly the last person in the room. Usually, several students stay after class to practice. They aren't very chatty, and Cecile often feels anxious when they're around. Is there some school activity going on? Everybody's gone. I guess I'll just finish this. It's unjust, but at least she can avoid trouble this way. She carefully puts away the chalk and the board eraser, repositions the crooked desk, and closes the window. Next up is the unbelievably large trash heap on the floor. People think it's always clean and neat in here, but when a dozen students get together and throw ideas and concepts around, there's bound to be a lot of ideas that land in the trash. Waste paper, canvases, wood chips, and obviously some oil paint that got spilled. Since it isn't an airy room, it's starting to smell a little. Well, you just closed the window. But there isn't a lot of dust from outside either, a blessing and a curse. Cecile walks to the locker in the back of the room to get the broom. That's... The whole locker is filled with red paint. Despite the obvious difference in smell, the deep hues are still eerily reminiscent of blood. At break. I will leave at this cliffhanger. Red paint, or is it blood? Break Ed. Bonk. Right, see you in a couple of minutes. Alright, I'm back. Ad break used successfully. Sandwich get. Yay! I also had a snack right now. Enjoy your sandwich. And the pizza portion. Despite the obvious difference in smell, the deep hues are still eerily reminiscent of blood. Who was murdered? In the locker. This is just too much. It's semi-dry, and there's so much of it that it was obviously done on purpose. Somebody must be deliberately messing with her, but that's not the point. Cecile doesn't even bother looking for a motive for the prank. Why would somebody do this? Even if it's just a noise, Cecile, this affects everyone. The whole class is going to suffer under this pungent smell. Thinking about the others, Cecile grabs a few mops and rags and begins scrubbing the inside of the locker. Cecile, I have an idea. Just take a photo of it and submit it as in the competition. Call it something like a bouquet of poppies. Modern art. Yes, Cecile. You can use this to your advantage. And then the person who did it would come up and say, they stole my art. And then you know who it was. Genius. Thinking about the others and not about herself. Nothing good's gonna come from that. Cecile grabs about a few mops and rags and begins scrubbing the inside of the locker. She could just refuse to do it and leave. She's not on duty today. But she's dumb. No, I don't want to put any more pressure on Eloise. Eloise wants you to speak for yourself and stand up for yourself. Who knows what type of pranks they'll come up with if she decides to show signs of resistance. I mean, it's not getting any better by going along with it, is it? She doesn't want Eloise to worry about her any more than she already does. This won't end well. Cecile is smart enough to know that, but there's no way out of this right now. Before joining the club, Cecile just wanted to find a place where she belongs. Even in the current situation, she doesn't want to let that go. Even the upper corners of her locker are full of paint. She has to hurry up, otherwise it will be impossible to get these stains out. Cecile shuffles around, doing her best to clean up the mess. Then suddenly, a hand shoves her into the locker. What? How could it be? She's stuck inside the locker. Acting on instinct, there's only one reaction that makes sense to her. She kicks hard against the door from the inside. It's no use. Something's blocking the door. Oh god, is something gonna show up here? Oh god, no. I don't want this. This is more than just a harmless prank. Who's out there? She starts shouting. And kicks against the door again. Whoever's out there won't answer. She can hear panicked footsteps, then the sound of someone running away. Let me out! Knock, knock, knock. It won't budge. Her small frame can't do anything against this obstacle. It won't budge. A flash of dizziness. She's afraid she won't be able to breathe if she keeps this up. She's panicking, which is draining even more of her strength. Her ankles are sore and her hands are sweaty. She can't even turn her body around. Cecile leans against the locker wall. Her whole body is shaking and taken over by panic. She cut herself, but ignores it completely. She leans her forehead against the cold locker door. Please, help! You can hear footsteps again, this time further in the distance. Whoever's out there probably thinks Cecile has quietened down. Hey, it's me. The voice sounds muffled through the heavy door, but it's clearly a girl talking. Hey, it's me. I'm a girl. Well, it's done. Scared the shit out of me. I didn't think she'd be this strong. Cecile concentrates. Is this a member of the art club? She's locked up now. That should teach her a lesson. What kind of lesson? What? I don't care what happens, okay? I have it under control. I told you it would be a problem if anything came out. It sounds as if she's talking to someone on the phone. Oh, she's not talking to anyone. She's talking on the phone. Cecile reaches into her pocket, but then she quickly remembers that she put her things in a drawer. If she had a way to call Eloise, she'd probably come rushing over immediately. But what if the relationship between Eloise and the club members gets even worse because of this? Well, it's not gonna get better. Maybe it's better this way. Everything's fine. I'll just have to go wash my hands in a minute. She's still talking, walking around the room. She sounds pretty anxious. What I mean is it really necessary to take things this far? Okay, I know, not my decision, but I'm not comfortable with this. I'm back! Welcome back, Kent. How's the gaming? Well, our protagonist is locked in the art club locker room. They baited her in there so she could clean up. They put oil paint everywhere. So she's like, yeah, I guess I have to clean this up now. But then she was pushed inside. And the one who did it is outside talking on the phone. Marinating in red paint. And paint fumes. Yes, turpentine. Oof. That's really pungent. But who is doing this? Why? Like, this is more than bullying. This seems to be like a elaborate plan. I don't think it's that big of a deal for her. It's no joke. The teacher can find out about this. No big deal is what this is to them. Cecile feels rage burning up inside her. Suddenly the voice outside sounds louder and more energetic. Don't even mention that. I only promised to help you because I owe you. There's a sound of metal and wood and several chairs being dragged across the floor. Rah! Rage fit. What if the representative finds out, huh? Don't keep pushing me. The voice is filled with anger. Cecile expects sudden outbursts to happen at any moment. But it doesn't. There's a sound of chairs being dragged around again, then there's an abrupt silence. No, I didn't mean that. Hey, don't be like that. I'm sorry, okay? Don't tell the teacher. Okay, I promise. It's just a little excessive. The pace quickens all of a sudden, and then the sound fades away. Whoever she is, she's left the classroom. Although it was interesting to listen in on them, it isn't really helpful in this situation. What are you? This is so dumb. What good comes from locking her in her room? In a locker? The adrenaline that was rushing through Cecile is fading away, and she's left with nothing but an intense feeling of exhaustion. She needs to calm down and think of a way out of here. Cecile sighs hopelessly surrounded by inky blankness. There's no way for her to get out of here, so she'd better save her strength. Even though no other meetings are scheduled in here today, somebody will come looking for her if she's missing for too long, right? That's about her only ray of hope right now. That some class member who probably doesn't care about any of this will notice. She needs to do this without Eloise's help. You can't drag her into this, no matter what. This is probably going to take a while. Locked up in this dark, cramped place. ... Wait a minute. Just now, Cecilia realizes that her body feels weird somehow. Yes, the fume's getting to her. This is just a regular locker. The doors shouldn't be strong enough to keep a person locked up. Her arms and knees feel weak. She doesn't have any strength left. The smell of wet paint is seeping into her brain, and she's having a hard time breathing. Her bursts of breath are getting shorter every time she inhales. The endless darkness makes everything so much worse. Help! It feels as if hands are grabbing her limbs, holding her back. She feels a wave of helplessness crash over her. The more powerless she feels, the more her mind starts playing tricks on her. Suffocation. That's all she can think about right now. It's getting worse by the second. Invisible hands are choking her, grabbing her by the throat. If she faintly knocks against the door again, there's no response. Please, help me. The walls around her are closing in. She can't move. They are coming closer and closer, like a coffin wrapping itself around her body. Coffin, that's the word in her mind that pushes her over the edge. She's trembling, pearls of cold sweat dripping from her pale, panicked face. Dark, dark, dark. The endless darkness opens its huge jaws. Those things are nearby. They are everywhere, crawling over Cecile's legs, whispering in her ears. Her body is completely paralyzed and refuses to move so much as an inch. Dark, 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 dark. Words fail her, and the darkness swallows her whole. Hey, pull yourself together! Oh. Cecile is panting, and her eyes are wide open. She's covered from head to toe in cold sweat and grabs Eloise's hand without even noticing it. She clutches it so tightly that it almost turns blue. Whoa! Don't hurt Eloise, please. She looks down at the pale hand and quickly loosens her grip. I'm sorry. It's a good thing her hand brought you back to consciousness. Exclamation point. Paint! Oh, again, double potions today. On the side note, Cecile always seemed a little nervous in the bookstore. If she's claustrophobic, that would explain it. And from that point on, you weren't really conscious of what you were doing. It felt weird, different somehow, but I really can't remember what happened. I only remember that it was very dark and narrow, so narrow that I couldn't breathe. Although I've always been afraid of enclosed spaces, I've never ever felt such intense fear before. I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. The uncertainty of when or if I was getting out was horrible. Next thing I know, Eloise rescued me. Hello, anybody? The all-encompassing fog slowly disappears and her field of vision clears up. She can hear the faint sound of music coming from somewhere. It seems almost unreal. What time is it? It feels as if a whole century has passed. Cecile has lost all track of time as she opens her eyes. Then she finally recognizes the faint voice coming from outside. Are you awake? Eloise looks sad and worried. Eloise? What's going on? If I hadn't tried to contact you, I would have never known who you were. Eloise sounds worried and angry at the same time. Though she's doing her best to restrain herself, Cecile can still feel the rage burning inside of her, directed at whoever did this. Cecile can't help but think that this could be a chance to lay everything bare, a chance to avoid trouble like this from now on. But no. It doesn't matter, Eloise. It was just a silly little prank. She raises her hand and touches Eloise's face. Sure enough, there's a cut on her left hand. The sticky blood running over her palm is confirmation enough. The windows are covered in a red hue as the sun sets majestically over the mountains in the distance. Everything is okay now. Eloise is here. Even though the shock is still fresh in her mind, Cecile has never felt so at peace before. Yep, she is still out of it. So at peace. An all too familiar smell drifts through the room. Eloise, when did you... Incense. Oh. Do you mean the incense? You were twitching when you were unconscious. It seems as if you were going through something horrible. So I thought some incense might calm you down. Eloise is Cecile's drug dealer. Eloise seems completely out of it. She's holding some incense in her hand. No wonder Cecile's body felt weak and floaty. You mean, before she was locked up? Being exposed to the incense leads to a dulling of the senses and makes you lose your bodily awareness. Cecile feels bad. She hasn't forgotten her promise to the store manager and the advice he gave her. The hallucinations over the last 10 days have been horrible. All the more reason to take a step back and be more careful. Eloise, maybe we shouldn't... She tries to sit up, but her body is too weak and she isn't in control of her limbs. Eloise takes Cecile's hand and pulls her into a hug. A warm darkness shrouds Cecile's vision, and Eloise's steady heartbeat feels like a lighthouse beacon guiding her. Don't worry, this is all you need right now. Is Eloise the bad guy? Did she put incense there so Cecile couldn't free herself? But... Incense does calm her down, that much is true, and right now it is helping Cecile get her rapidly beating heart and irregular breathing under control. However, Eloise's words sound strange, almost slurred somehow. Are you worried about seeing those things? The question rattles Cecile. She hasn't really talked to Eloise about those things before. How did she know? For some reason, Eloise smiles, but it looks almost melancholic. I've seen those things before, you know, these phantoms. Humans, things, all kinds of scenes, in all kinds of time and space. I've seen it all. So what? Those phantoms are nothing more than illusions. Why worry about something that isn't real? So what exactly is she up to? Cecile doesn't understand Eloise's agenda here. Eloise seems to be looking straight through her. Cecile! Oh, no, wait. Cecile, you're the only thing that is real. And I'm the only one who's always been there for you. What? Eloise suddenly looks away and avoids Cecile's eye, a little embarrassed. Cecile can hear the heartbeat, a clear, constant sound. How many times has that sound guided her through her hallucinations? Cold fear starts closing in on Cecile all of a sudden. When I enter those other worlds, time is an elusive concept. Sometimes I feel as if I've spent centuries there. So, with the incense, we can spend even more time together. Eloise's voice is barely more than a whisper, and her cheeks turn bright red. I have no idea what she means. Cecile knows exactly what that feels like. Eloise knows it too, yet she lied about it to the others. Cecile isn't sure what the true meaning behind Eloise's words is, but they comfort her and give her a sense of relief. Her vision begins to blur again, and there's a familiar ringing in her ears. Something more than warmth is rising up inside of her. Eloise opens her bag and pulls out several sticks of incense. Yep, they overdosed. She lines up those sticks on a table in front of them. We need more. Hey, wait a minute! You know, I've never been as good as you. I've had countless opportunities to make the art club a better place, but I was never successful. We have to go deeper into the dream. But you're different. The way in which you stay persistent inspires me. You can do the grind. I don't even think I could ever sit in the same room with people who treat me like that. I envy you so much. How do you do it? What were you like in the past? I've always been curious, and the incense satisfied that curiosity. Ooh, oh my god, is Eloise really the villain? That's right, Cecile. I've seen your past. Eloise keeps talking about dangerous, unnatural things. Most of all, I see your persistence, but it isn't enough. You must grind more. Those small glimpses aren't enough. I want to know more. Even if we see a lot of strange, inexplicable things, short bursts of pain are better than prolonged pain. How about no pain? No matter how long it takes, we should get to know each other better. Cecile desperately tries to open her eyes, but it's futile. Her eyelids are too heavy. No pain. Yeah, I'm not talking about no pain at all, but I mean, she's putting out more incense. That's excessive. Her body has no energy left, and a wave of weariness sweeps over her. In a strange way, it feels comforting. Is this really who Eloise is? Really what she thinks? How peculiar. Cecile feels sorry for letting the store manager down. But all she can do is apologize to him later. Then Cecile's mouth moves of its own accord. With you here, it's not so bad. Is she going dark side? For a short moment, Eloise's eyes flicker open. She soon regains her composure, although she can't hide her smile. I understand. Thank you, Cecile. Even after the statement, Cecile finds it difficult to meet Eloise's inscrutable gaze. Which The lilac grass is emitting soft whispers of smoke. It's so faint that you can hardly tell if it's actually burning. However, everything is starting to look very different after inhaling it for just a few minutes. Is it too much? Probably. The sweet and aromatic scent has changed to something like the smell of a dense forest after a rainy night, thick enough to make Cecile's head throb. Meanwhile, the faint music in her ears is turning into a strange chant. Cecile doesn't recognize the language, but she knows one thing. Although they sound like voices, they're not coming from this world. They are out of this world! Just like images and smells, this is simply a manifestation of the senses. Feeling more weighed down than ever before, Cecile stops resisting and allows her heavy eyes to fall closed. The darkness behind her high lids is twisting into an endless, intimidating tunnel. Her feet leave the ground and her physical senses dissipate like smoke. Her consciousness leaves her body behind and her perception starts to expand. Suddenly, an altogether different scene manifests before her eyes. The art club is packed with people. There are many familiar faces, but many more than she has never seen before. Eloise is arguing loudly with someone. The whole situation is pretty intense. Cecile doesn't recognize the other girl, but she looks a lot older than Eloise. So this is Lily, I guess. She's holding a fiery red watercolor painting, her face twisted and angry. Eloise's aura exudes pure anger. Cecile has never seen Eloise this openly emotional and out of control before. The whole scene is very unsettling. Eloise turns to face the other art club members, expecting some kind of reply, but no one responds. Being ignored, the very same situation Cecile finds herself in way too often. Whisper potion! So very fitting. Listen to me, Cecile. You need to have another dream. I want to see what it looks like. Okay. Eloise has reached her breaking point. The very last remains of her patient have all but faded away. She grabs the canvas from the other side of the classroom and runs towards the exit. Listening to the other voices. Blood. The other girl seems unbelievably offended and storms out of the room, running after Eloise. Eloise! The door opens and everything freezes. And then, hundreds of hallucinations closing in all at once. A flock of white doves takes flight among the desolate ruins of several tall buildings. 8 cheetahs dash through the debris and rubble. Countless figures are lined up, silhouetted against the sunset above the endless sea. Apes are kneeling down in front of a statue in deep devotion and worship. Silent lightning and a cloud of color dance across the sky. Pink, fleshy pillars of meat rise from the ground, squirming like maggots. Standing on an overcast tower in the far distance, a shadowy figure spreads its arms. Electric bolts come crashing down from above, and countless fragments fall to the ground. Priests in Taoist robes, along with thin, ant-like creatures, are facing large pyramids and bowing to the sun. Yep, these are the dreams that the store manager has each day. The visions are all over the place. There's no logic to anything, and no way to tell where and when they are taking place. There are no words, no meaning for this. It's like a glimpse into a realm unknown to humans. Something so far removed from our known understanding of the world that the mind has no way of coping with it. Scarlet is there with Eloise now, but the images are fading in and out of focus, like waves breaking on the beach, only to retreat back into the ocean soon after. Suddenly, everything is green. Strong ferns spread across a valley, a completely different scene. A bed of leaves is spread across the ground. Giant creatures covered in feathers and scales, slowly stride past on elongated legs. Every so often they emit deep, muffled hums. There's no sign that humans ever existed. In the distant darkness, a shooting star crosses the sky. Cecile doesn't turn around fast enough to see it properly. It's no big deal. There's no time for regret right now. Even if she wanted to stop, she couldn't. She isn't in control right now. The constant chanting slowly fades away and is replaced by something else. The indescribable spectacle unfolds mercilessly before Cecile's eyes. What did you say was the last thing you saw? I just need Cecile to confirm it again. The answer, probably. That's in one of the books. The answer. She looks out of the window and responds flatly. The look on her face indicates that she understood the question, but that she doesn't know how to phrase the answer properly. I saw many things, all kinds of things. There was nothing solid there, no clear picture. Yes, yet it was everything I could ever imagine. I saw everything. It was 1,000 miles away, yet still right in front of me. There was no aura surrounding it, no color, just existence itself, in all its possible forms. Why call it the answer? I don't know. From the first moment I saw it, that's the only word I could find to describe it. Mr. Store Manager, are you familiar with the Mobius loop? It's a very popular concept in a branch of mathematics called topology. It only has one side and one boundary curve. There's actually one without a boundary, called the Klein-Bodel. It's a non-orientable surface, which can't exist within a three-dimensional world. Looks like my math class wasn't a complete waste of time after all. I don't know about that. I have to look it up. What I saw in my hallucinations was even more chaotic. It was unreal. I couldn't make out its shape, however long I looked at it. It was something foreign, something that doesn't follow our world's geometric rules. Every part of it was connected to every place that could possibly exist, completely independent of each other. I don't know how to describe it. It's impossible. Lights, rules, shapes, cause and effect. Nothing compares to it, not in this world. Straight lines aren't straight, and ends don't line up with beginnings. It's like a complex web full of meaningful elements, and from any point in it you can get to where you want to be. The answer, I suppose. I don't quite get why you picked that word to describe it. That wasn't my decision. It was there long before I ever found out about it. Cecile raises her hands hopelessly, still trying to explain it. It's the beginning and the end. It's around me and within me at the same time. It's where time was born and where time will be laid to rest. Whoa. I feel like all knowledge is there, the meaning of everything, but even that's just the tip of the iceberg. Like the Taoist concept? Saying it like that would limit it, but yes, kind of. All things are one. Forgettable experience. I am reminded of that phrase, all things are one. It seems like a fitting way to describe this answer. So you saw this answer and something changed? Cecile shakes her head. It left me breathless, that much I know, but in a strange way. It was too confusing to be scary. Also, you were super, super high. You're just overdosing. There's so much that I simply don't understand about it. The thing is, the moment I saw it, I think I became a target. She sounds deeply depressed and can't keep her fear out of her voice. A pair of piercing blue eyes was watching me from the sidelines, but because I was focused on everything else, they weren't that conspicuous. Why was I the only one there? When that thought hit me, it had already been staring at me for quite a while. Wherever I looked, its gaze followed me. Every time I glanced at it, my body felt like it was turning to ice. There was a brief moment in which our eyes locked. I saw a reflection in its eyes, and it showed me the end of everything. Torn, cut, rotten, blooded, impaled, burned, crushed, drowned. Nothing but death. I didn't know what to do, but it seems like I was going to reach that ending someday. Cecile wraps her arms around herself, and I realize that her whole back is covered in sweat. Mr. Store Manager, it's so horrible. If it catches up with us, it will devour us. That's when everything began falling apart. A blinding light came crashing down, brighter than 1,000 stars exploding. One could say I was submerged in a lake of hallucinations, and something pulled me up. I could feel those eyes on me, following me, my every move, even with my back turned to them. I still felt their presence as I moved further away. I tried to run, but it was as if the ground itself was slowing me down, like mud. The eyes came closer. I had no choice but to swim upwards, but the panic and fear robbed me of my strength and paralyzed me. I couldn't see clearly anymore. Cecile shudders and her voice becomes more withdrawn by the second. I pat her on her shoulder. She's covered in cold sweat, shivering, as if she was just pulled from the water. And then, the next thing you knew, you were in the bookstore, right? She attempts vision of inhuman eyes. She attempts to wipe the cold sweat off her face and nods. This is all my own fault. Please don't blame Eloise, okay? Truth be told, so this doesn't surprise me at all. This lilac grass came from Eloise. I suspected it all along, but this isn't the right moment for a snarky remark. Wow, how considerate. Still, this raises a lot of questions. The patch of red on her arm backs up her story. Without Eloise's quick assessment of the situation, Cecile might still be stuck in that locker. For someone suffering from such severe claustrophobia, it's no laughing matter. The situation in the real world is bad enough for Cecile, and these hallucinations are even more worrying. Where the hell did those eyes come from? What could be haunting a person trapped in such a strange fantasy? Usually, trying to discuss any scenarios that someone experienced under the influence of hallucinogenic drugs is pretty ridiculous. It never makes much sense, but Cecile's situation isn't comparable to that. Since her illusions can be traced back to reality. It is important to take into account the fact that something that appears in the illusion may have practical meaning. Either way, we need to find out where the instance came from. No matter how miraculous and strange her encounters are, there is always an environmental basis for their existence. Mountains, grasslands, she sees actual biomes. So at least there's some twisted logic to it. The incense's effects are now more obvious than before. I've always wanted to identify the history of the incense, but the clinical symptoms were a mystery to me, and there was only a limited amount of information available. However, the situation has changed drastically. As if for information, the strange guy who keeps delivering books also has kindly prepared some for me. Whatever his ulterior motive is, this is proof that the books have real value. It should be possible to find some records related to the things Cecile described. Wait a minute. Although ancient techniques may have changed throughout the years, their functionality and purpose haven't. First, we should find out what this incense is all about. Good call to save here. Cecile's decision. Vision of inhuman eyes. What are the lilac grass's origins? So she had an hallucination about the incident at the art club. Eloise was pushed down the stairs, seriously injured, painting damaged. Also, she had a lot of past visions. And also, she arrived somewhere within the universe where the laws of time and space transcended anyone's imagination. A pair of inhuman eyes appeared and started following Cecile, making her a target. But the lilac grass origins should be... ancient. This gotta belong here because this was a recipe book, probably with a recipe for the lilac grass. Move their souls through time. Spirit fragmentation. What about this scaly silkworm? Where does that belong? The mysteries of heaven and earth and the mysteries of time must not be regarded. If you see them, the silkworm will see you in turn, and it will be merciless. So, was the silkworm watching Cecile? Traditional art of looking into the void. That's sniffing incense. Just putting that out there. Past flashed before her eyes, and this one, and that one would fit the prescription, wouldn't it? Which one do you mean? The Crane Temple and this one? Do we need this? Or move this all through time? Looking into the void. And silkworm. Her seeing the past and the prescription, yes. I think those do not fit. Which one does not fit? But I might be wrong. Can you check the one conclusion about her seeing the past? Yeah. No, wait. Real details. You saw something that actually happened in her vision. But that has nothing to do with the origins. Origins are who used it before. Taoist priests. And this crane temple. And the inhuman eyes of the silkworm. This one would fit the prescription, seeing the past, moving through time. So it would explain how those two relate. With so which one do you think doesn't fit? And also, this is the conclusion from the first three. So I'm not sure if we have to put it in there. No idea. I don't like the worm in the eyes. There's nothing for me linking it to some origin. The crane temple. The worm destroyed the crane temple because people are not supposed to regard the mysteries of heaven and earth and the mysteries of time. I think those three are related. Because these two are about the silkworm. And try it. Oh, do you mean it's because because it doesn't say anything about the origins, but what happens with it. So just put in there the conclusion that we already know. Cecile has visions about the past. But it would prove that she is doing the same thing as this. But I guess that's not interesting right now, because we just want to know where exactly does the incense come from that causes this mysterious experience? Wait, in this order. Conclusion. Her visions reflect the past. Ancient prescriptions and chronicles of the Crane Temple. My train of thoughts is we establish that she sees the past. We have the recipe of people sending their mind through time. And big question, what is... but I might be wrong. Okay, she sees the past. Taoist priests used to do that. Move their soul through time. And then there is the Crane Temple. What else do we have? We have Cecile's decision. Eloise has been standing up for her. But Cecile would rather not ask for help. Then Eloise is very fond of Cecile. She thinks Cecile is too forgiving. That also has nothing to do with lilac grass. Then the cheating incident. Eloise was injured. And then an unforgettable experience. Do you think this belongs here rather than... Because I think Chronicles of a Crane Temple belongs with the human eyes. This one is nice, but is it really that basic? It's still not... What are the lilac grass origins? It seems so redundant. I find it a bit confusing. Yeah, it's like when you're in school and they're like, solve this problem, but you read it and you don't really understand the problem or how to get there. I think if we find the solution it will be obvious, but right now it's like, what? She saw something that actually happened in her vision. The past flashed before her eyes. In the end, these flashes developed into images beyond description. Like the same thing. And yeah, move their soul through time belongs to this one. Like the family think in paranormal side. I think these three match. They do. They're... Okay, I'm trying this out. Suspicion approved. Woohoo! Lilac grass returns to its land of origin. What kind of a conclusion is that? But anyway, end break is still coming up. I will take another break here. And then talk about the conclusion that we had. Lilac grass returns. She sees the past. She saw the past. Recipe of something to send your soul through time. How did he get there? Well, I will see you in a couple of minutes, and then we'll talk about this. This is not over. Okay, let's go. Ooh, I got Daisy. And Clusterfunk. And Blur Nico. That's it. The use of incense produces an illusion which reflects the situation from the past. Scarlet and I verified this early on. Did you? Oh, yeah. That was the conclusion that we just used as evidence. The time frames seem to vary. It's hard to pinpoint which point in time a hallucination takes place in. So you can use the conclusions as evidence. Okay, good to know. And yeah, the silkworm and the eyes were like another topic, I guess. Moreover, Cecile talked about the incense calming effect, yet it also seems to cause panic and anxiety at times. There are countless hallucinogenic potions. Potions! But I still can't find another example of a drug that makes you go back in time. Some more traditional herbal medicines that, according to the book Ancient Prescriptions, arguably originate from Lao Zi's Tao Te Ching, remind me of it. But that's so far removed and in the past, just a random thought. Siam. That's ancient Thailand, if I recall correctly. As a country where religious culture prevails, Thailand, how do you say it in English? Thailand has a rich and natural heritage. Traditional incense, burnt in a more liquid form, being changed into incense powder over the course of many years sounds plausible. Cecile, have you ever read the Tao Te Ching? Sure, we learned about it at school. Why do you ask? It's been a long time since I read it, so I've forgotten the text. Do you happen to remember what came after the nameless is? Well, the nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Silent! How do you say Thailand in English? Thailand? Flashlight incident. Flashlight. That's about the gist of it. No, wait. That's about the gist of it. This passage is often mentioned together with the phrase, the name that can be told is not the eternal name. The Tao is an elusive concept describing a way. If you look at it from a different angle, it could be understood as the discovery of an indescribable answer found in the midst of confusing visions. That incense you and Eloise used, it reminds me of something I once read about Lao Tzu during my travels. Wait, what? Taoists were highly respected for their herbal medicine, potions, teas, elixirs, incense. Even the emperors of old employed their services. That knowledge faded away somewhat over time, and nowadays it's a rare remnant of the past. In the beginning, due to the low dosage, the incense was only used to spiritually go back in time. But then they actually time traveled? You and Eloise obviously overdosed. But the general idea of what the incense could be used for lies underneath. I see, you're saying... Although you gave the description intuitively, you were recalling the ancient concepts. As you said, the answer is the way. Cecile's eyes widen. Even though it sounds messy and confusing, Cecile seems to understand the general idea of what I'm saying. After all, Cecile described her journey in great detail. I think there may be some correlation between her experience and the spiritual realm. Incense serves to let people experience the past spiritually. If you go back in time too far, you could leave the past of human civilization behind, and eventually Earth itself. Interesting. Now, if we go so far back in time that we reach the end of time, what do we see? The silkworm! What? Oh, the silkworm. If time itself comes to an end, the way in which we perceive time and space together may no longer match. That is a possibility, right? She sits there in silence. Finally, she gives a small nod. By now, it's easy for me to separate lies from the truth. Even if Cecile had known about the incense effects from the very beginning, she wouldn't have come up with the hallucination just to feed my existing theories and suspicions. Yeah, that's a bit paranoid. Dude. The fact that she doesn't even know about the book Ancient Prescriptions is further proof of this. Yeah, in other words, I can trust that she accurately described what she saw. A formula like that must be very important. Obviously, it's been preserved as a way to stay in touch with ancestors who are treated as deities nowadays. Another possibility is that someone stole the formula and made adjustments to it in order to hide it from other people. Those eyes you speak of might be a clue. I can't say that I've ever time traveled, but it still seems familiar. I've seen something similar somewhere. We could be closer to an answer than we think. There we go. This is the... These two? Cecile's eyes. Cecile encountered a presence in her vision and is in critical condition. How do I find out what that presence really is? It's a scaly silkworm. Lilac grass is probably a variation of the secret Taoist recipe for going back in time. It was produced abroad, but spread to other countries later on. Is it? No, it's the art club. Cecile's decision. Yeah, gotta be this. Rain Temple. Vision of inhuman eyes. Let's go. Yeah. Alright. Time Hunter, Scaly Silkworm. Easy. Snooping around like this is dangerous. Chasing a forbidden truth. Poking around in mystery and not meant to be understood. All that this does is provoke the entity known as the Scaly Silkworm that we all know and love. It's easy. Although Cecile couldn't see it directly, its piercing eyes were always on her. There's no self or body within the illusions, so it's not unusual to not be able to make out figures. Eloise maintained her physical appearance in Cecile's hallucination, but that doesn't mean other creatures do the same. The fact that the two were able to see each other in their actual likeness might have been a first. Who knows? If a friend's appearance is dictated by one's imagination, who knows what would happen to other beings who possess the power of imagination? Nearly all the Daoists in the book were wiped out. Perhaps their attempt to investigate things they weren't supposed to attracted the attention of otherworldly beings. But I mean, who would believe them? Why does the Scaly Silkworm have to wipe them out? They went back in time and saw the answer, so that must be the catalyst for the alien species targeting them. Does that mean Cecile could be in great danger? I can't help but throw her a glance. She's not strong, frail even. Easy prey for an overpowering demonic entity lurking around in the dark, waiting to strike. Cecile, you're weak. You need to get more buff if you want to defeat otherworldly dimensional beings. What? Go to the gym. Yeah, that's how it works. Humans have always developed tools in gun hunting, but at no point were we ever the biggest physical predators, not even remotely. We aren't as strong as we'd like to think. I highly doubt fists could do anything against a predator that doesn't even appear on this world's food chain. Humans are good at using tools and adapting to different environments. The Taoists who survived did so because of the knowledge they possessed. Chronicles of the Crane Temple doesn't mention any way of dealing with this crisis. But wait. Nearly of them were wiped out, but there were some who survived. I see. The second half of the book is full of random, messy numbers. The author doesn't explain them, and I can't make out any logic behind them. Even just looking at those numbers is enough to make my head hurt. What are they about? Oh no, it's a scaly silkworm. Welcome. I hope you like cold noodles. A sudden knock on the door interrupts my string of thought. It wasn't really going anywhere anyway. At last, help is here. No help. The door opens without me having invited anyone in yet. Hey, Scarlet.
Hello there, is this the Ritz?
Scarlet hastily steps inside. She sounds exhausted. These last 2 days must have done quite a number on her. Snooping around day and night, doing investigative work, and now, on top of all that, running errands for me. What made you think it'd be okay to harbor someone who needs treatment here? Exactly. The second-hand smoke alone is enough to kill anything that is still breathing. Well, she smoked more at the school, so I doubt she's bothered by that. It's cute how much you care about my health. Did you bring it? Scarlet smiles and hands Cecile a plastic bag. I bought more incense for you. Cecile's eyes wander over to mine. She looks confused. I wave a hand at her, indicating that it's all right.
This should be just what she needs.
Wet these patches with hot water and place them on her temples. Remove them regularly and wipe off any residue. Wait a little before putting on a new patch every time you change them. Put them on for around 30 seconds, then wait for about 10 seconds before putting on the next one. Oh, so I'm doing this? Cecile seems a little overwhelmed by the instructions. Honestly, I think Scarlet's just playing professional doctor to gain Cecile's trust. Better do what she says. It was hard enough getting her here. She can be quite... A sharp elbow to the ribs quickly reminds me to choose better timing for my cheeky comments when I'm around Scarlet.
So, Cecile, was it?
Give your classmates some of the medicine? Meanwhile, this guy and I have some things to discuss outside. No, right. Feel free to use the water kettle over there. Okay, thank you. Cecile bows in Scarlet's direction and then runs off to the bathroom, kettle in hand. She's really a polite kid. Scarlet whispers behind Cecile's back. More polite than a certain someone, at the very least. Don't you dare. I only used about 20% of my power with that last elbow. I can crush you. What's the deal with the air conditioning? You haven't been here that long, have you? Are you using this place as a trap to suffocate people or something? I don't pay the utility bills anyway, so fine, we can turn it on. At least while the girls are here. I shrug and follow Scarlet out of the room. I'm really thankful. It's great how quickly you managed to get the medicine. I didn't have much hope left. It's a big and crowded city. As long as there's demand, there's always going to be a way to get all kinds of pills. People working on law enforcement can afford to slack off. Everybody can use a little pick-me-up every now and then. You just need the right connections, and I happen to know people. Wow, dude, you are on drugs too? That sounds like a pretty gray area to me. Are you sure it's okay? Don't worry, it's genuine pharma stuff. Prescription grade. You can't die unless you munch down on the whole bag at once. I'll take your word for it. You didn't just drag me out here to get some fresh air, did you? May I remind you that Eloise is actually in a coma? So how would you get her to take the pills? But details, you know. Scarlet leans against the railing, and there's a long moment of silence before she speaks. It looks like those two girls are very close, right? Yes. Then I want you to carefully consider whether you'll tell Cecile what I'm about to tell you. Oh, did you find out something new? Yes, and I'm worried about Cecile's reaction to it. I can't help but admire Scarlet for this. She must have been working non-stop. When did you sleep last? Oh, about a week ago. Don't worry, I'm fine. I have enough pills with me to stay awake. Scarlet lets out a deep sigh. After reporting my findings to you, I went to the Young Artists Association. With all those documents, it wasn't hard to make up a reason to be there. And guess what? The association was never encouraging or promoting this thing. They actually find it troublesome themselves, and would have wanted to put things to rest quietly. So how did it end up becoming a back and forth of paperwork warfare? Scarlet shakes her head in disbelief. Because Eloise appeared at their doorstep and made them promise to thoroughly investigate the matter. She went there carrying her painting as well as a tape recorder. The director said that Eloise politely asked him for advice on how to handle the complaint. No matter what he tried to say, she remained persistent and wouldn't give up. So the director was so impressed that he decided to relent? It isn't that simple. He didn't agree until the very end, and only reluctantly because he had to. Try to guess what she means by that, but I have no clue. Eloise stood there and threatened to kill herself. She was cutting into her wrist with a blade she took from the art club. Girl! She placed the tape recorder on the edge of the desk. The director was frightened and didn't know what to do. I pictured the situation in my mind. An adult in his office, shaking behind his desk, and Eloise standing there calmly, with a blade covered in blood. It reminds me of the feeling I had when she walked into the store. Her calm, quiet aura emits a certain oppressive power. A horrible thought, isn't it? An unassuming girl enters your office and suddenly that happens. Nobody will help me. This is the only way I'll get any justice from you. That's what she said to the director while holding up her bleeding arm. No wonder he agreed. Her choice of words is interesting, isn't it? With this kind of pressure on them, the school and the cheaters' parents will have had to work together to find a solution. Personally, I think the situation is even more complicated. At least that's how it seems to me since I talked to those 2 students. Anyway, that's what happened. Have you checked with the association to see if they've made a final decision? I mean, nothing about Lily is directly related to them. Since the higher-ups have no intention of admitting anything, the association can do nothing more than apply pressure and protest. So saving face before the other schools is more important than actual justice. According to them, the award has been withdrawn, so Eloise got what she wanted. Oh, and there's no longer a punishment in effect? That's right, it's over. Eloise's trivial struggle. Considering the circumstances, I'm not as happy about that answer as I should be. What a mess. Exactly. If Cecile finds out about the predicament Eloise was put in because of the art club, there's no telling what she might do. I wouldn't blame Cecile if she caused a ruckus. She's been through a lot in a very short time, and somehow I think Eloise acted in a more calculated way than it seems at first. If you cut your wrist without hitting an artery, it's a scary sight, that's for sure. But it's not enough to actually kill yourself. But how would a young student know that? Did she research and plan it carefully? Or is she used to such violence? Either possibility makes me shudder. It's insane. Wait. It's insane. This isn't something you can ever take back. Some things haunt you for a lifetime and are more than just a small stain on your resume. Yeah, it's really strange that she would go that far, unless something was wrong from the beginning. Society is cold, averting its eyes instead of lending a helping hand. There's nothing to be done about it, but sitting around helplessly won't solve anything either. Don't look so grim. We have to look on the bright side. As I stand there in silence, Scarlet walks over to me and gently places a hand on my shoulder. Her words carry a certain weight. Whether she's working as a civil servant or as a lawyer, her daily tasks revolve around situations that originate from feelings of helplessness. This makes her words sound genuine. I straighten my collar and hesitantly begin to smoke the last cigarette I have left. I'm grateful for Scarlet and her kindness. I really am. Right now the weight of the world seems even heavier than usual. We'll have to take all of this into careful consideration. And Scarlet, from what we've gathered, who do you think planned the attack on Cecile? Huh? Scarlet freezes. I can't tell if it's my question or something else that prompted her reaction. Who knows? We don't have much to go on other than what Cecile can tell us. Have we? I can't do a lot with such limited information. You're right. Her statement alone is insufficient evidence. But let's not act as if it's nothing at all. You know what? In cases such as these, figuring out the whole story can be even more shocking than the result. You don't have to take a door off its hinges to get past it. Finding a key that fits is enough. Cecile showed us the lock on the door. Now it's up to us to find out how to open it. Speaking of which, could it be that Cecile is more aware of the situation than she lets on, and is just afraid of confirming his suspicions? The thought makes me feel a little queasy, but the question needs to be answered either way. Who ordered the attack on Cecile? I have to find out. Don't say that. I'm only doing this because I own you. After this is done, we're even. Got it. After this is done, we're even. I have no idea who it could be. I think about what Cecile told me earlier. This is very serious. It's an actual crime. Whoever ordered it must hold a lot of power over the students to make them do such a thing. Cecile is just an ordinary transfer student. Even if she's had problems with people in the past, it shouldn't have affected the other students like that. That would mean the person who locked her in holds no personal grudge against Cecile and was merely used as a tool. The question is, what could somebody owe a person that was serious enough to commit such a crime? Are you referring to the cheating incident? There were two people who took loss. Lily, who had to leave the school to study at home, and Eloise, the real creator of the winning entry. Wait, you don't think? My mind is racing. I don't respond to Scarlet directly, trying to hold on to my train of thought instead. Lily graduated before Cecile enrolled at the school. It means everything that happened before then shouldn't have anything to do with Cecile. Lily is no longer a part of the school, meaning other students wouldn't carry out any favors for her. She wouldn't gain anything from it either. So he's saying it can't be Lily? Eloise, on the other hand. Nobody was on her side when the cheating incident took place. Throughout her arguments with the former student representative, people just stood by indifferently. If Eloise then had an accident in which she was injured, even people with a very thick skin would feel guilty. In this case, just standing by and doing nothing was the same as abandoning her altogether. If I were in those students' shoes, I'd be most afraid of facing the person I turned my back on in the past. I probably couldn't look them in the eye. It sounds harsh, but Eloise is student representative, and she has a reputation. Students might go to extreme lengths in front of her, or for her. Eloise is the villain? Still a theory. In other words, if she, as a victim, came over and asked an onlooker to do something, it would be hard for them to refuse. Scarlet frowns and thinks about this, taking several deep breaths. She ruffles through her hair. She doesn't look like a person who would ruffle through her hair. I hate the thought of it, but I have to admit that what you're saying makes sense. Don't give me that look. I don't like this one bit more than you do. My tone is harsh. I'm angry. Cecile and Eloise are really close. Anyone can see that. But why? Don't ask me. My answer is clear and concise. Eloise is the person that other students are most likely to do favors for. That's a logical conclusion, nothing more, nothing less. As for the why behind it, I have no idea. I hope we're wrong about our assumptions. Eloise hasn't woken up yet, and there's a good chance she's going through the same ordeal that Cecile had to endure. Those demons from the illusion are still lurking around, as if everything weren't enough of a mess already. To be honest, I feel sorry for having complicated the situation even more with my theories. So what's the deal? Are you going to be honest with Cecile? That would be a first. Scarlet leans against the railing, staring at the moon's reflection in the puddles of water at her feet. I'll give it a few more days at least. Right now, the poor kid would probably go crazy if I told her. I look up at the sky and tell all of these mixed feelings rush over me. Fair enough. I'll find a way to deal with this. I'll think of something. In the meantime, please don't mention it to anyone, okay? Is it true? Oh, she heard it. She heard it. I shudder. It's the one voice I didn't want to hear at this very moment. Yet, here it is. Are you awake? Or are you carrying her on your back? With the lights as dim as they are, I can't really make out her facial expression. But even in the dark, I can see Cecile's eyes tearing up. Is it true, Mr. Store Manager? Her voice trembles as she repeats the question, demanding an answer. What you just said now? Is it all true? Scarlet quietly walks away. Bye. My work here is done. Good luck. Despite her tough demeanor, she is not good at handling awkward situations. Every time I try to open my mouth and say something, my mind goes black. I feel like a fish on dry land. Do we have to prove it to her that she was probably attacked by someone acting on Cecile's orders? Eloise's orders. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and then finally acceptance. In the face of tragedy, one usually goes through 5 emotional stages. Right now, however, the only word to describe the emotions on her face is despair. Cecile turns and looks at Eloise, who is still in a coma? I thought she was in a coma. Perhaps because she only just woke up? Oh, so she woke up. Eloise's steps are quiet and irregular. She needs to go to the hospital. Nevertheless, she looks composed, exuding her signature calmness. Eloise responds to Cecile's gaze with silence. Louise, say something. It's more of a plea than a question. Cecile tugs at Eloise's sleeve. Then her trembling legs finally give out and she slumps softly to the ground. She needs to see a doctor. Eloise leans down to help up Cecile with the same care and kindness a mother would give her daughter. They are what, like 2 years apart? Little Cecile, I'm so sorry. Following her apology, Eloise lets go of Cecile's hands and rushes down the stairs desperately. Which she also shouldn't do. Hey! Her steps are closer to leaps, and she nearly falls as she breezes past me. Scarlet extends her arms to try and stop Eloise, but she's too slow. I can't imagine Scarlet really trying. It's more like, oh! Not so fast, young lady. Eloise struggles to squeeze past Scarlet, who is knocked to the ground in her attempt to block her the way. What? Scarlet threw herself on the ground. Very gracefully, I'm sure. I'm gonna lie down here. You cannot get past me. Eloise soon disappears into the night after having made her way through the door. She never once tried to argue or explain herself. Eloise! Cecile is kneeling on the ground, powerless and small. Why? Why?
How much did you overhear?
Everything. Fragility almost suffocates me.
Everything, huh? I'm sorry.
Cecile looks up into my eyes, and for a moment I get the feeling that she's back in the world of illusions. She grabs my arm in an attempt to pull herself up. She's as light as a feather, even as she puts her full body weight into my arm.
I'm so sorry, but everything is pretty obvious now.
I'm happy to answer any questions I can to help. Are we gonna... I mean, we have 3 pieces of evidence. We can't screw this up, right? No, not true. We got a few more while talking to Scarlet and Cecile. If even that was just part of Eloise's elaborate act, she's a perfect liar. Why did Eloise, who was a victim of bullying herself, come after Cecile, the innocent transfer student? I can't help but speculate about what Eloise might have been thinking. Did I do something wrong? Is it my fault? Cecile's voice is trembling. It's not the right question to be asking right now, but nobody can blame her.
No, it's not. We all make mistakes in our lives, but kindness and tolerance aren't one of them. The mistake lies with those who impose their own pain on you. Although I don't want to demonize Eloise just yet, I have to choose my words carefully around Cecile right now. Once the heart has been scarred by a betrayal like that, it can accompany you your whole life. Trying to forget about it only offers temporary sanctuary. Eloise's behavior can never be forgiven in that regard.
Really? Is that really true?
I'm not sure if she understood my answer. She nods silently and walks away slowly.
So these were the thoughts that he had, but mistake lies with those who impose their own pain on you. Oh, Eloise in this case. Not sure if she understood that.
Hey, where are you going?
I can't help but grab her by the shoulder. She turns around and bows to me, as she always does. Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days, Mr. Store Manager. Sorry to have bothered you so much. She continues to walk away after her apology. The girl resembles an empty husk more than a human right now.
And Cecile, you're not ready yet. Don't talk to Eloise. Not until we get her back here to explain.
Okay.
She doesn't bother looking back. You don't have to waste your time looking for her. It doesn't matter. She just betrayed you and your trust. And you can never forgive her. But, it doesn't matter. Wait. Even after what she did to you? Wait.
Oh, that's what Cecile said. I thought it was Scarlet still. Yeah. Different colors are helpful, but I can't do these either. You don't have to go looking for her. It doesn't matter.
Wait, even after what she did to you?
Did she take it too far? Yes, we all do, sometimes. Cecile speaks softly. She doesn't sound convinced, as if the words coming from her mouth are not her own. I just like painting. That's it. I wanted to make friends, so I joined the art club. There's no sense in it if I can't find a friend even there.
Dude, have you been around artists? They are not the easiest friends to have.
I won't be pranked and bullied by them anymore, and they will stop bothering me. That's a good thing for everyone, isn't it?
Cecilia is starting to sound more composed. Her tone is so calm that it almost seems as if she isn't talking about herself.
I have another friend now. Silkworm.
She already seems to have recovered slightly from the initial shock, speaking about the situation from a more distant perspective. Scarlet won't drop the topic that easily and keeps questioning Cecile.
Silkworm? Who is that? I only need to sniff 5 cones of incense to see him. That's a small price to pay.
You're just going to let it go.
I don't care. Already caused you enough trouble.
No, you haven't. I don't understand. Aren't you angry at all?
Being angry only makes you feel worse. And it wouldn't change anything. It's better this way.
Will you let us help you find justice?
Justice? What for? How would you even go about it?
Don't just give up on yourself like that. There's always a way.
This is something I have no control over.
Oof. What? Cecile looks at Scarlet with a seriousness in her eyes that barely conceals the sadness behind them, like a veil.
I just have to learn to accept that this is reality. I yearned for close friendship, someone I could trust. In the end, it was just wishful thinking.
Cecile falls silent, her shoulders heavy with an invisible burden. Her silhouette slowly fades away, shrinking by the second as she walks away. Like a candle growing dimmer and dimmer, it seems as if her tragic story is reaching a silent end. My mind is racing. 3 days of hard work, this can't be it. This isn't how things were supposed to play out. There has to be a reason behind all of this. Letting Cecile know what Eloise did is just the first of many steps. This isn't over yet, and something tells me that this isn't what the strange man who keeps delivering books wants. What does he have to do with anything? It's no longer a question of whether Eloise is guilty or not. Because...
Nothing?
Do you think he has something to do with that? Don't mind the mind behind the curtain with a cart full of books. I guess Cecile's decision has something to do with it. Cecile's crisis. Why would she do such a thing? Cecile chose to suffer alone. She wasn't asking for help. That could be a motive. Donuts! Yes. The answer to everything. She's very fond of Cecile. She thinks she should be more confident. Trying to be pushy? And... Weird. Time Hunter has Scaly Silkworm. Yes. Perfect. Someone ate the centerpiece of my donut. No! Get it back. Cecile and Elise arrived in another dimension at the end of the time.
They were hunted down by a monster called the scaly silkworm. Yeah. That's her reason for harming a younger student. Or maybe this, probably. I mean, there's not much choice, is there? Time Hunter, scaly silkworm. Yeah. Cecile wouldn't ask for help. And Eloise was like, you're getting help, whether you want it or not. And also, I have other problems that I'm salty about. Yep. Suspicion approved. Tables turned. Looks good. You can't just give up now. I can't help but cry out. My words make Cecile stop in her tracks. She looks back, her hazy eyes still brimming with tears. Give up? I don't know what you're trying to say. Can you still be saying that I shouldn't give up? Because we won't have a chance to help you in the future. What? Cecile doesn't speak. Her eyes are red from trying to hold back more tears. Denial might be the only thing holding her together right now. I clear my throat and carefully put my thoughts into words. Many people have fallen victim to the arts club's student representative. Her family was wealthy and influential. She had the world at her feet. Obviously, she was a star at school as well. Nobody contradicted her, and the art club was her little kingdom of sorts. She was in charge. However, one person didn't play along, refusing the president's rude requests. Thus, she became a target for bullying. So the other president was Lily, and Eloise stood up to her? But the girl didn't let that stop her. She went to great lengths to have the last laugh. If she could only win at the art competition, she could rub it in all the others' faces. Look at me, despite all your efforts, I'm still a winner. So she practiced a lot, but that wasn't enough. Her work was exceptional, but it wasn't a masterpiece yet. Natural talent was the last obstacle, for that's the one thing that cannot be learned. The others wouldn't stop their bullying, so she was ready to do whatever it takes. At some point, she discovered a lilac grass. She was taking it for inspiration. Interesting. I don't care what you imagine, but that's not what I... How could it be you? Don't you think the description fits, Louise? You a drug dealer? What? All I do in my life is imagine things, but I've never done anything without a basis for my imagination either. I have proof for all of my suspicions. Look at my board. Even you don't know what went on at the art club 6 months ago, do you? So half a year ago, Eloise really... Wait a minute, you mean she? The hallucinations gave her a certain liberation and enlightenment. After a taste of this utterly otherworldly experience, she succeeded in creating paintings better than any the club had ever seen before. She submitted her piece Blossoms in an art competition, filled with pride and joy. She was sure that even the best students from other schools would have nothing but admiration for her work. I'm just saying, if you go to such lengths, take drugs to make better art, shouldn't it look better than Blossoms? There is a long tear in the bottom left corner of the painting. Although attempts were made to glue it back together, if you focus on it, you can still make out the damage that has been done. Ah, that's... the painting was dropped accidentally. It's fixed now. Just be careful not to touch it. Dropped? That's too bad. Her painting was sure to be placed first, but when the time came, the prize and fame didn't go to her. At some point, the artist's name had been changed. She angrily confronted the student representative, to little effect. The students who know the truth stand by the representative. In her desperation, she decided to go straight to the board of directors to complain. After several twists and turns, they agreed to investigate the matter. With further schools adding fuel to the fire, the whole thing became even more complicated. Have you checked with the association to see if they made a final decision? Nothing about Lily is directly related to them. Since the higher-ups have no intention of admitting anything, the association can do nothing more than apply pressure and protest. So saving face before the other schools is more important than actual justice. Ah! Bot! Go away, bot! Delete message. Oh. Right. Bot, be gone! Welcome, bot! Bonk, bonk, bonk. Bye, bot! According to them, the award has been withdrawn, so Eloise got what she wanted. Well, she wanted justice. And she didn't really get it. However, the plan backfired, largely due to the representative's parents and their influence. Blossoms was removed from the competition, but the representative faced no punishment. But she had to leave the school, though. The girl couldn't accept this outcome. This resulted in a violent dispute between her and the representative. She grabbed her painting, ready to leave the place that had caused her such misery. During the argument, she accidentally fell down the stairs. At this point, the school could no longer turn a blind eye, and the student representative was forced to spend the rest of her senior year at home. Her position was given to the girl who had been injured instead, as if that would somehow serve as consolation. Despite all of this, the girl felt no sense of justice, no honor, no proof, and no prize. I mean, if there's people who don't like you, you're not gonna make them like you more by winning something. They're just gonna hate you more, because people are like that. They're not happy for you if you succeed. So, if they're shitty in the first place, why are you trying to win them over by winning prizes? You're going about this the wrong way, Eloise. Everyone buried the tragedy deep within their hearts. The painting was hung up on the wall, but no one dared to talk about it. In the end, people acted like nothing ever happened. She was still so eager to prove her point, but her opponent was gone. It was now a futile struggle. Having exhausted all her means, there was nothing left that she could do. She could do. The storm was over, and who would be willing to dive into trouble and reopen the wounds of the past? Ad break is coming up in a minute. Let's see how Cecile will react to that explanation. Can this still have a happy ending? Can they still stay friends? I think Eloise needs a lot of help. not just medical help. And a therapist that is not the store manager. But let's see what happens after the break. See you in a couple of minutes. Hello, I'm back. Ads are over. More after the break for our sponsors. So
But what did that have to do with the piece of evidence that Cecile was trying to suffer on her own? And that Eloise thought she should stand up for herself. Maybe that she was trying to bully Cecile more? Because she wasn't getting a reaction from Cecile. Well, we'll see. There was nothing left that she could do. The girl was in a desperate situation. She had no hope left. Oh, what does that have to do with me? That was my question. Because you're not her. She's always given up a little too easily. Eloise's voice is filled with concern. Right now it was not really concerned. She's always given up a little too easily. Although kindness is a virtue. If you never stand up to anyone, people will take advantage of it and consider you weak. Putting up with it like she does, and the other person might go unpunished forever. And there won't be another opportunity for justice. One side doesn't get their justice, the other side doesn't learn their lesson. In the end, neither side experiences any personal growth. I think that's the worst possible outcome. She probably sees herself in you. Although lack of skill, the potential is... Thank you, store manager. I mean, you suck at painting, but the potential is there. You just need more lilac grass. Another chance, another fire of resistance. Unfortunately for her, you're not her. You don't want to confront anybody, you just avoid the confrontation whenever you can. Have a soda potion. It'll make you feel better. Ah, it's refreshing, but not as refreshing as fresh glue. Really? Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Let me try the glue. Nope, mine. Most people don't have good intentions. The students weren't very happy that Cecile was allowed to join the club. They considered it special treatment. That's why they bullied her and took advantage of her. I hurried to help her finish her course and chores and told her she didn't have to accept such an unreasonable request. She just shook her head and said, "It's pathetic to not clean up after yourself." But it's not even after yourself, you're cleaning up after others. Even though lilac grass can help you improve your painting skills, it shouldn't be more than one of many tools. It's not worth it though. I don't know. I mean, I'm not like Eloise, but I'm not like Cecile either. I wouldn't clean up after anybody. But taking drugs to paint better? And to impress some crappy people? No, just no. The girl was unhappy with how things turned out. She was so disgusted with the way things had ended for her that she was blinded by revenge. If you were only a step away from success, would you choose to take that step or give up?
Let me think about it.
If there wasn't enough pressure, why not shape events in the way that you would have full control over? Yeah, she pushed Cecile to be in the same situation as she was. My God, Eloise, you... This time, instead of trying to make friends, she played the guilt card to get others on her side. Wait. Are you talking about Eloise or Cecile? Her plan was successful, and this time she was more determined than ever.
Probably Eloise, because Cecile doesn't do anything except clean up. So she took the opportunity to introduce students to incense. Oh yeah, it was Eloise. Something to let them enhance their skills. This first step worked out well. What she didn't expect was that you would see her fall down the stairs in your vision. Despite several attempts to throw you off, you didn't give up and kept inquiring about it. This kept her up at night, fearing that her plan would be discovered. Her fear was justified. A week later, you began to start looking for excuses to avoid seeing her. Not only that, but you even found a former psychotherapist lurking in the quirky old bookstore. That's moi. Yours truly, Mr. Store Manager. Everything had been going according to plan. The thought of her efforts going to waste drove her crazy. Even though the risks were high, she knew no boundaries when it came to securing her victory. And so, she launched her most devious plan yet. That's enough! Fall silent and look at her. It's not. It can't be. But Eloise, she... Tears finally flowed down her face, fogging up her glasses a little. I don't want to believe this. Cecile, I can't force you to believe anything. You alone know the answer. This is all just derived from the facts we've gathered so far. I can't help but feel pity for a person so taken over by hatred. What do you think? What would drive her to do something like that? Oh no, is that... do I have to present evidence, like in Ace Attorney? Or I'm completely lost at the end. Cecile lowers her head. Objection! The mysteries of heaven and earth must not be spied upon, for the scaly silkworm shall look right back at us. How does he prove anything? I'm just a scaly silkworm. I'm just watching. And I will bonk you because you looked into the beyond the realm of space and time. But I have nothing to do with your petty little squirrels. I slowly recite the passage from the ancient book like a madman. Pervert silkworm, yes, incredible. You've already laid eyes upon that mystery. Trouble follows. It's not exactly clear about what the threat is, but you should not put your life in danger. Not just you, but Eloise as well. Her symptoms are bad already, and she won't be able to handle this alone. Hermitage values every customer. Lies, 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 lies. Since she's been here before, she will always be considered a guest. Even so, she would never listen to me. You're the only one who can help her. Cecile slowly but surely stops crying, but she keeps looking down at the floor without answering. Admitting this also means admitting that Eloise has made some irreparable mistakes. Even if things can be fixed somehow, their relationship will never be the same again. Cecile is a very genuine and determined person. The more I think about it, the more I worry that things are happening too fast. It's so désolé. She finally opens her mouth. That's how things are. She'll find a replacement for me, for sure. Someone who has that spark she's looking for. Cecile speaks her mind at last. More and more students will be forced to face that horrifying monster because of the incense. Eloise's obsession will continue and lead her down a dark and twisted path. Cecile's voice is growing more confident. She wipes away her tears. You're right, I need to try. She gives us a barely noticeable smile, a small ray of light in this depressing situation. I should go straight to her and sort this out. I'd rather clear things up than keep guessing. Scarlet bends down and readjusts Cecile's outfit. Oh, look at you. You're a complete mess. You've made up your mind? Yeah. It'll be alright. And if anything happens, you call this guy. Wait, what? Okay. Do you know where to find Eloise? There's only one place she will be. With the scaly silkworm. Cecile keeps talking as she makes her way down the stairs. After all, for better or worse, there's one place students will always hang out at. Her steps grow firmer with every stride, and it's as if she's regaining her lost energy. Promise to be careful. We'll be waiting to hear good news from you. Cecile, now standing at the gate, turns around. She looks at us from a distance, then bows her head. So they're still in the shop? Because it looks like they're outside the shop. But I guess they were in the second floor and she's walked down the stairs to go after Eloise. And is at the gate. I can't thank you enough, really. She must be stopped. Oh no. With that, she walks away. Well, do we get to kill after all in this game? Do we get a violent finale? Eloise must be stopped. I am the only one she trusts. There she goes. Scarlet says something just to break the silence. Quite an eventful day, if you ask me. If your definition of eventful is just a cute way of saying working tirelessly 3 nights in a row, I might choose a less eventful lifestyle after all. What's that? I thought you were used to overtime. That's different. My regular job isn't as psychologically challenging. But this little girl, she really needs our help. Look at you, showing genuine concern. A scary sight, but I do agree. Oh, you little... Scarlet rubs her temples and slowly breathes in and out. She knows I'm just teasing. Honestly, what it is with young people these days? What's going on in those families? All this intrigue and backstabbing, betrayal of trust. You think that is a new thing? Girl. She also needs to travel back in time and have a reality check. Do they think that's what adults do? What a mess. And because of these rascals, I'm kept awake at night. I'm wasting my beauty sleep on them. I would have had my beauty sleeps if it were for you. Any more complaints about your job you might want to file? Or it is because you're not getting paid? Just like that, she suddenly stopped talking. Now you're just projecting. What I said must have struck a nerve, but she holds herself back. Her expression alone makes it very, very clearly that money is not the issue here. Throughout all the grief and pain, we have to set our sights on the right cause. In some ways, I think Cecile's kindness and positive attitude accompanies all of us now. I'm fine, brother. So, Scarlet is his sister? I said I'd take good care of everyone. Oh? Something won't stop bothering me. What? Yasmin? Who's Yasmin? That wasn't on screen. But it's in the log. Yasmin says I'm fine brother. It's Yasmin, his sister, and not Scarlet. I said I'd take good care of everyone, so... Interesting. You might not show it, but every time you talk about trouble, I can feel you getting fired up. Scarlet ignores what I said and all but buries herself in the sofa, spreading her arms to the side. After working this business for a certain time, there comes a moment when you start to put yourself in the shoes of the other person. Properties taken by white-collar criminals, deception, greed, families broken apart. I know these people exist. I deal with them every day, but it still makes me sad. It's hard to accept reality. I sit down next to her and light a cigarette. I thought he had smoked his last cigarette. Continuity mistake! And that's a good thing. It means you're human. If you say so. Oh. Jury is still out on that. Scarlet tilts her head back and to look at the ceiling and crosses her arms in front of her chest. He bought a new maxi box when you didn't look. Eloise slipped him some. Lilac grass flavored. She is now also his drug dealer. So what about that monster? Let's just say it's an unpleasant matter. Are they going to be alright? Can't really say. I found some information, but it's very rudimentary. The author of the book describes how the priests fell prey to the entity and were massacred. The strange creature emerged from the shadows and slaughtered almost everyone present with its razor-sharp claws. Although the author seems to have been spared, he didn't elaborate on how he escaped. You have to go about this another way. Stage plays are my absolute favorite. The actors take their masks very seriously. Before they step on stage, they actually glue the masks to their face, so they won't take it off. No, wait, that's a curse from Paranormal side. They whisper to the mask that they're about to become a certain character. Abandoning yourself and fully taking over the spirit of your own? It's a respectable profession, don't you agree? These words echo in my mind. Now it all sounds oddly appropriate. Thinking about all this makes my head hurt. So, what kind of answer was that? Can you, like, escape the silkworm if you wear a mask? At least things are a little clearer now. It takes some of the edge off. What's the matter? Scarlet throws a puzzled look at me. I pat her on her shoulder and make my way back inside. Back when I moved here, I threw out a lot of old stuff that I didn't have any use for anymore. But my old tape recorder, I had to keep that beauty, because I am a boomer. It's so old that most kids these days wouldn't even recognize it for what it is, but it's still as useful as ever. I lift the old tape recorder up and get rid of the thick layer of dust on the lid. What a mess. Pain can serve as a protective mechanism. If knowledge brings us pain, should it really be sought after? There's an old saying, when you help someone, help them see the whole thing through. I smiled cheekily. So, Scarlet, are you with me on this one? Cecilia's walking down the hallway. Opening hours are long over, and the clubhouse is completely silent at night. It's dark, but she knows this place so well that she could navigate it with her eyes closed. Are they gonna do a Ouija board session? Weird how you can become so familiar with a place over time without really noticing. Ever since the day of her transfer, all she longed for was a warm and welcoming home. Today that wish has been half fulfilled. The art club is dipped in darkness, a familiar sight for Cecile. Whenever no one else was around, this place served as a safe haven for Cecile and Eloise. Whatever happened here, Cecile will never forget those memories. That's the way things should be. Cecile. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Will there be murder? Eloise is standing there, as familiar as ever. But no matter how hard she tries, Cecile doesn't feel pleased about it like she did in the past. Maybe the store manager got something wrong? Cecile tries telling herself. But he did everything he could to get to the bottom of it all, although he never left the store. What a nerd. He always had her best interests in my mind. In my mind? In his mind. Cecile can't possibly turn a deaf ear to what he's been saying. Also, Eloise never even tried to deny it. That's what causes Cecile the most stress. However, she can't stop her thoughts either. It's like saying, if I could do it all over again, I would do the same thing. Aw, this is so grim. Oh, really, really sad. A few rays of moonlight light up Eloise's outline. The unbearable silence weighs heavy on Cecile. Oh, this is it. Nothing remains hidden from you for long, it seems. Eloise gently brushes the paintings on the wall, her face buried in the surrounding darkness. For an outsider, the store manager's instincts sure are sharp. Or was it also obvious when I first came to the store? She sighs, as if nothing matters anymore anyway. Eloise! You're here now. Things can't possibly get any worse. Don't say that. Say what you have to say, Cecile. Eloise turns around and looks directly into Cecile's eyes. From the outside, she is as calm as always, but Cecile knows her well enough to see through it. Eloise has given up hope. The past is the past. There's something more important that I need to know about. Please answer me honestly, Eloise. Cecile takes out her phone and shows Eloise the screen. Before she entered the classroom, she activated the stopwatch on her phone. Hope eaten by worm. Yes. What time is it now? What the fuck? It's incense time. All she has to do is to read out the numbers on the screen, yet Eloise seems baffled and doesn't respond. She turns away, looking sadder by the second. I guessed as much. A wave of negative emotions overcomes Cecile. Eloise, so you've seen it, too. After waking from one of their hallucinations, Cecile experienced the same exact symptom. Even after she was free of those eyes, the memory still left her trembling. Time didn't align correctly anymore. It might be just a minuscule difference of 10 seconds, but the sequence of time is now completely mixed up for Eloise. The hell? So she can't read time anymore? because she has seen the end of time. Looking at the wall clock, she can see the needle trembling frantically, as if unsure in which direction time is supposed to flow. This explains why Eloise can't read the time, even if she wanted to. Are you being targeted? Eloise nods slowly. It was close behind me just seconds before I woke up. How much longer? About a day, I'd say. I see. A day what? Somehow she can feel the entity's shadowy steps coming closer. Is this some kind of benevolent gift, pure luck, or a twisted hunting game for the shadow creature? Cecile doesn't have an answer to any of it right now. Let's run away, together. Run away! You cannot escape the worm. Till the worm gets her. But... yeah, running away is not gonna help. She puts away her phone and grabs Eloise's hands. Eloise's hands are as warm as ever, giving Cecile a sense of familiarity. No. However, Eloise refuses the kind gesture. I deserve it. It's time to let it come for me. We don't have time for this, Eloise. Do you even know how dangerous that thing is? Yes, I can feel it. Truthfully, I expected it to be worse. Eloise's words make Cecile stop in her tracks. Eloise, what are you talking about? You know, that girl was always the worst at landscape paintings at first. What girl? Is she talking about herself, or Cecile, or Lily, or... Some people's spatial awareness isn't naturally keen, even if their basic skills are above average. Those kind of paintings require perspective knowledge, or else they'll look off. If something was right in front of her, she could replicate it better than everyone else. But otherwise, she couldn't even get the pattern on the floor straight, until the end of last summer. Suddenly, the teacher was praising her advanced style. Why do you think that was? Well, drugs? Hannah, Amelia, Faith, Evelyn. One name after another leaves her lips. Although she doesn't know their faces, Cecile has heard those names in the art club before. Alright, so she got all the other girls to improve their art skills. It's hard to find a true friend to talk to, isn't it? It shouldn't be. After all I've done, it's only natural that my punishment is severe. I messed up. Eloise raises her left hand as if trying to touch Cecile's face, but stops herself at the last second. Cecile, you should go back. No, wait. The other way around. Cecile, you should go back. The store manager seems to know a lot of things, and he'll find a way to help you. Tears form in her eyes, but Eloise's words remain firm. You can't stop worrying about me disappointing you anymore. Let's go back together. What if I say no? Why would you? His assumptions were completely right. I can't even look at myself. I'm a rotten person. There's so much more you'll be able to do in the future, but it's best for everyone if my story ends here. What are you talking about? Let's get out of here. We can talk more about it later. Cecile grabs Eloise's hand and tries to drag her out of the classroom, but Eloise remains where she is and shows no signs of wavering. The harder Cecile tries, the more she can feel an air of despair taking over the room. There's fear in Eloise's face. As Cecile pulls on her arm, Eloise's expression turns angry. Oh no! What's wrong with you? Do you think you're a saint? Leave me alone. I'm ready for this, and you're not in charge here. Sometimes we act before we think. Did you bonk her? For the first time in her young life, Cecile slaps someone. Yes. That's almost like murder. Eloise covers her cheek in surprise. Stop saying you're ready, as if that means anything. I know I'm repeating myself. I know I'm probably annoying you, but if that's the only way to get through to you, so be it. Cecile. So you're sorry? You just want to leave things this way? How can you even think like that? But it's the only... Shut up. There's never just an only way. Am I angry? Of course I am. I hate this. But this is not a way. This isn't closure. Nobody wins. Her throat hurts. She can't remember ever shouting this much before. Oh, that was shouting. Okay. I hate this. Cecile, you're so loud. It takes her nearly a minute to catch her breath, and during that time the only sound in the room is her strained breathing. I know you won't forgive yourself easily, Eloise. Cecile's voice is slower and more controlled now. Okay. A glimmer of light is dancing in her eyes. I won't sugarcoat anything. I'm not going to lie. After everything you've done, I'm unsure about the future. I don't know what to think. But what I do know is that you still mean a lot to me. Giving up here isn't doing anybody any favors. The Eloise I know is smarter than that. Stronger than that. The girl I know doesn't shy away from a fight. She faces any problem head on. Yeah. Really head on. Through the wall. Cecile grabs Eloise's shoulders. This time Eloise doesn't resist. I'll talk to the store manager tomorrow morning. I'll ask for help and find a way to deal with this. But it will be dangerous if I'm on my own. That thing almost tore me to pieces a couple of times while it was chasing after me. You should know how dangerous it is. So I might get hurt, I may go crazy, or I may die. But I want to survive. I won't give up, and I want to live a good life and find some closure for you, as well as for me. After speaking her mind, she lets go of a stunned Eloise and turns around, preparing her to leave. Please, help me. Cecile says these last words without turning around. The once rebellious Eloise looks at the open door and slowly sinks into a corner. This night is bound to be a sleepless one. Wow, I really pulled an all-nighter, didn't I? Another one. It's been a week. Good morning, Mr. Store Manager. Hold on a second. I wave my hand and pull a watch out of a drawer. Yesterday, something occurred to me. Putting aside that monster for a moment, you inhaled so much incense in one breath, it won't just simply go away. Anyway, I'd like to give this a try. I can't read the time. She answers before I even have a chance to explain. You guessed right. And time is jumping more and more. So it's true. How did you find out? Well, that's a long story. But it's for the same reason that I was able to guess that you were coming over today. I should wait until everyone's here before I explain, though. Everyone? How many people have you invited? Her eyes are darting around the room. She looks pale. Wait a minute. Could it be possible that... I spoke to her, but she is still hesitant. Am I being too idealistic? I rub a hand against my forehead and try to keep myself calm. It's going to be a lot more difficult without Eloise around. What are you hoping to learn from her? I just stumbled upon a few things yesterday that could be potential lifesavers. But we need to work as a group to piece it all together. I see. Cecile smiles bitterly. She hasn't tried to contact you? No. Once she makes a decision, she sticks by it. She won't change her mind. Is there really no hope? I won't say that. Cecile looks towards the door. I think she listened to what I said yesterday. Realizing how much trouble you caused others along the way by acting blindly must cause an unbearable guilt. I can relate to how she feels. I find it difficult to imagine how well-behaved, smart girls such as Cecile could relate to that. She'll come around, she murmurs to herself. I know her. I did the right thing coming here, didn't I? A tall figure steps into the light. She's almost as tall as the store manager. Eloise walks up and stands next to Cecile. Eloise? What are you doing here? I didn't expect you to come. Well, you invited me. After a sudden burst of joy, Cecile's expression suddenly becomes more stern again. Unspoken emotions are looming in both of their faces. There's no way around this. Alright, now that we're all here together, let's discuss the plan. There's one thing that I need you to confirm. Considering the limited time we have and the bunch of things that need to be prepared, I decide not to beat around the bush. They're actually trying to fight the silkworm? It will come today, is that right? Feels as if you understand the situation better than we do. They both throw me a quizzical look. All I can do is scratch my head. Well, I wanted to wait for both of you to be here before explaining everything. As for Scarlet, she's already in the know. For what it's worth, you may not be the first victims to have come into contact with that monster. Rather, this thing seems to have appeared several times before, always posing a considerable threat. Several times? But why? Searching for longevity or enlightenment, wanting to escape the confines of the material world. What was most associated with these things in ancient China? All of that sounds very similar to the concept of Taoism, doesn't it? The two girls look at each other. I pick up Chronicles of the Crane Temple and hand it to them. Scaly silkworm, a name Cecile should be familiar with. That's how the ancient priests referred to it. After having been ravaged by the creature, the particular temple described in this book crumbled because of a lack of practitioners. Lack of practitioners? The monster attacked during a great ceremony. Almost everyone attending it was slaughtered. Blood and severed limbs littered the room. Most of the bodies were disfigured and had huge chunks missing from their heads. I don't mean to scare you, it was just a gnarly scene. I stop and slowly take a sip of water. My hands are shaking, and I try to hide it as best as I can. The details are terrifying, but I think the two girls are scared enough already. If the plan is successful, such a tragedy can be averted. If the plan fails, so in short, that monster has appeared before. Wow! Amazing! Cecile looks surprised, while Eloise is still staring at the ancient book. Even for a girl who is adept at learning, understanding the obscure writing style in that book is no easy task. There seems to be no record of what you said in him here. That scene you described. Is it another book or something? Keep looking. Huh? It says afterwards, in the following years, a surviving Crane temple Taoist tried to raise money in the countryside to recruit new apprentices. But he didn't seem content with the results. It went on for more than 10 years. Eloise rubs her eyes and her face turned strangely pale. Hey, what's wrong? What are these numbers? Eloise's reaction to it is even greater than anticipated. She closes her eyes, shivering, before finally calming down again. Up until now, Chronicles of the Crane Temple was just a book that helped me get some facts straight. But now I know that the key to your survival lies hidden within its pages. So maybe she can read the numbers? Because they make sense to her now? Fighting the nausea that has been choking me since yesterday, I force myself to go. You need sleep, dude. You cannot defeat a huge interdimensional silkworm without sleeping. This page is dedicated to the surviving Crane Temple Taoist. He was just an ordinary Taoist priest at the time, and his name was unknown. He inherited a secret recipe, passed down to him by his ancestors. He made use of a special elixir to catch a glimpse of what they called the Great Path. This knowledge was passed on to devoted practitioners, so they too could make this experience. The fatal incident in which the creature attacked happened during a ceremony at which they had all gathered to walk the Great Path. It happened right before it was the unknown monk's turn. So they really used lilac grass? The description matches the experience one would go through when exposed to a very high dose of incense. I doubt there's a way to guarantee one's safety, but they never used it without supervision. Those were safer conditions than you had, and yet things still went wrong. The elders would teach them a formula beforehand, more of a song, really. Chanting it collectively seemed to have been the only way to make the scaly silkworm leave them be during their spiritual voyage. His elder brother was so anxious that he snuck into the temple to get the elixir. And you know what happened then? It started with a stare. Thanks for the sub, you're welcome! Enjoy the emotes, Clusterfunk. Hope you're having a nice weekend. The Crane Temple Taoists believed that this one monster could be appeased if it hadn't been around for too long. Anyway, back to the story. After the older brother did not arrive at the ceremony on time, a group of disciples decided to go to his room and see what was going on. They were met by a gory sight, a body reduced to a pile of flesh. Then the scaly silkworm emerged from the shadowy corner of the room and went on a killing spree. So you can summon him by taking lilac grass, but then he will be actually present and not just come to you in your dreams or anything. Starting with the temple's eldest, it massacred one after the other. The crane temple Taoist hid beneath the corpse and dared not move or look. He repeated the chant over and over again in a whisper, as fast as he could. After repeating it 3 times, the aura of despair and dread surrounding him finally disappeared. Honestly, I'm not too sure if the chant was really what saved him in the end. Or if the fact that he hadn't consumed the elixir yet just didn't make him a target in the creature's eyes. But it was also killing the others, right? Group of disciples. But they were not reciting the chant. But right now we don't have any other options. It's a risk worth taking. There are some more useful details in here, describing how the creature is extremely fast and good at keeping out of sight. But the most important thing is probably the chant. Doesn't sound very realistic. Cecile smiles helplessly, but doesn't say anything else. Despite her life-threatening situation, she's still thinking calmly and logically. Good at hiding, moves quickly. Noted. Eloise raises 2 fingers. But where are we going to find that chant? All that aside, there's only 1 page here. You really got that all from a single page? Ah, well. I take the ancient book from Eloise and place it back in a drawer. I don't know if you've ever been interested in witchcraft, but chanting is an important aspect that has been passed down from generation to generation. Some of these tunes are just ordinary ones, meant to sound spooky, while others contain real things. Of course, the word real is relative, as none of them can be explained scientifically. Create an appropriate ambience. Help people fall into a deep slumber, or trance-like state. It's a little like hypnosis, but more powerful. It's a rare skill, but nothing unique. As an anthropological researcher, where various religions and occult rites caught my interest over the years, it's obvious to me that these Taoists had actual skill and knowledge. It's not just foolish trickery. There's a lot of hidden meaning in this mysterious text. If you look at those numbers more closely, don't you think their arrangement is strange? Only from 1 to 5. Wait a minute, 5? Gong, Shang, Zhue, Xi, Yu? The 5 notes on the pentatonic scale? Correct. It's a very smart way of encrypting information. Once you understand it, it becomes obvious that what we're looking for is in plain sight. These numbers are the chant we need. Whoa! Wait, do I have to remember that? Five notes on the pentatonic scale. Or is it just the code for encrypting? This will be on the test. Yes. Unbelievable. How did you do that? Well, let's just say sleep is overrated. Notebook, tape, mobile phone. Good thing the phone didn't break. I placed those things on the table while flashbacks of my eyes nearly falling out of my head from working all night haunt me. Okay, that's everything. Got a lot of work to do before it gets dark. After careful consideration, this seems to be the only way. The store manager handed out a list with things that needed to be acquired before sundown. 1. Cigarettes. to glue. It's mostly paper and pens, a large piece of white cloth, various paints, and a few other gadgets you would find in a craft shop. Scarlett is back by the afternoon. As the two girls return from their shopping trip, Scarlett is on the second floor with the store manager, preparing paint buckets. Wow, alright. I'm guessing the shop was closed for today. I want to buy a book. Go away. We're closed. Oh man. Again? The second floor once served as a storage room, but now it's been emptied. Several objects and materials have been used to seal off most of the corners of the room little by little, turning the once sharp angles into a smooth surface. Only one corner has been left unsealed. The whole contraption makes the room look like it's still under construction. The store manager describes the procedure and the thought process behind it beforehand. It's to block the scaly silkworm and limits the paths it can take. The store manager feels as if he's suddenly gained a lot of insight into the matter. Things seem clearer somehow. The chant has been carefully recorded, and the store manager has gathered all the information passed down by the Taoist priest. The scaly silkworm always appears in the corners of a room. It also hides there, moving so swiftly that it doesn't even touch the ground. The only logical conclusion is to seal off the room, to limit its movements, while simultaneously being able to keep track of it. Cecile once asked the store manager about the contents of the storage room, or better yet, the lack thereof. His reply was short and swift. He had entrusted an acquaintance to find a moving company to sell things off. Now Cecile and Eloise are busy drawing the rune constellation. They are unfamiliar with all of these mysterious symbols. Before today, all they knew about Taoist priests came from tales and movies, which said that they carried special swords and yellowed parchment to cast out evil spirits. However, as is so often the case, reality and entertainment couldn't be further apart. There's never just one clear-cut path to the truth, but people tend to get caught up in the concept of rationality and realism when imagination allows for so much more. People tend to shut things like that out. It's too bad, but ultimately that's just human nature. Ignorance is bliss. This rune constellation, drawn from the store's manager's memory? Oh no. How is that supposed to work? It's not the same as the one Cecile saw on the temple doors during her hallucination. These runes have meandering, sinuous lines like crawling worms. However, they are not the most important part of the ceremony. The white cloth is spread out on the ground, with a large number of nonsensical patterns painted on it. Circular shapes are discernible, but all in all it still looks chaotic and cluttered. According to the store manager, this particular set of runes was once cast into metal wherever the ceremony was to be held. During the ceremony, the old Taoist priests, under the influence, had to stay within the circle of runes. It served as a means of protection against the scaly silkworm. Engraving metal seems a little far-fetched, so this is about as close as one can get to the original things. There's not a lot of space in this room, but everybody gave it their best. In the end, they all agreed to split up the work between them, allowing Eloise and Cecile to work on the smaller runes first. Since there is no telling if any of it will work, the two girls try to place the runes together in as dense a fashion as possible, just in case. The pencil outline was filled in with marker. Luckily, modern ink doesn't leak easily. These are too many descriptions. From a distance, it looks like one big mess, but fortunately the results are quite satisfactory. The prototype the store manager drew on paper is quite eye-catching, And the girls did a great job. That can be counted as effective. It's not bad at all. Oh, ad breaks coming up in a couple of seconds. I will take another few minutes off until the ads are gone. See you in a bit. And the ads are gone. Let's continue. We're in the middle of the ritual to ward off the scaly silkworm or defeat him. Can we kill him? We probably can't kill him. Just make him go away. Looking at the dozen or so circles cascading across the ground, Cecile feels quite empowered. She's thankful that she chose to trust the store manager instead of hiding something from him. It's gone above and beyond to help her. Even prepared several recordings of the chant with different kinds of equipment. Since the Taoists spoke in an old dialect, the store manager made alternate versions just in case. Without his and Scarlett's extensive help, the girls would have probably slipped up somewhere along the way and made a deadly mistake, even if they had somehow stumbled upon this solution. You still don't know if it will work. All in all, it's still a mystery how the store manager is so familiar with these kinds of things. That's not very interesting right now. Summoning otherworldly beings and partaking in ancient rituals is hardly part of someone's daily routine or some leisurely hobby, is it? Same goes for Scarlett. Even Cecile realized how crazy it all sounds from the very beginning. Yet Scarlett just went along from day one, working alongside the store manager, raising questions, finding answers, as if it were all just another day on the job. I can't help but think this whole text could have been shortened a lot. Even though all of this must be new to them, they both seem like seasoned professionals, ghost hunters. No matter what they find, they adjust quickly and come up with new solutions. This will actually be helpful to write, because you can totally spot which sentences are not necessary. It adds the funny effect to the voiceover. Yeah. Wait, is it in the log like that? Another day on the job. No, it's not separated here. But yeah, you could have shortened it a bit. Except for the content, which is all really... I mean, all of these... It's just fluff. It's a lot of fluff. Banana! Ooh! Banana flavored potion. There's no reason at all for Cecile to doubt someone who is helping her so selflessly, but she can't help it. Yeah, she probably is suspicious after being betrayed by Eloise. Like, big time betrayed. But why exactly? This isn't the right time to think about it. Exactly, dude. Just focus on the task. It's nearly 8 p.m. and if things go according to plan, the action is about to begin. Cecile is the first to walk into the room. Oh my god, they actually did. They plastered all the corners so they wouldn't be edgy. So the silkworm can come from here. I see. Yeah, this is so much more interesting than describing what they're doing and being like, now is the time to praise the resourcefulness of the store manager and Scarlett. We don't know if we're gonna survive the day, but let's praise them. They are so cool. Are you ready? Eloise is sitting in the middle of the circle, picking up some scattered scraps. Half a dozen incense sticks are laid out on the ground around her. This seems to be all she had left, and with things about to get serious, it's all or nothing. Then again, following the store manager's guidelines is probably the best way to avoid the worst. Cecile carefully steps inside the ruined circle as well, but unlike Eloise, she doesn't sit down. Cecile goes over the plan once more. To put it simply, all we have to do is recreate that incident at the temple. Only we will be properly prepared and armed with knowledge that we can use to gain the upper hand. We control the situation this time. I know that you can walk closer to the water and not expect your shoes to get wet. But we know what went wrong last time. There are two major differences when we compare this to the failed ceremony from back then. First of all, the priest's brother room, where it all happened, was in no way prepared. It didn't have any protective runes. Secondly, they didn't repeat any protective chants, which gave the scaly silkworm enough time to get comfy in the corners. Comfy silkworm. Even if only by accident, they basically created the perfect conditions for it to roam freely. The priest survived in the end, even though he was in the room. That tells us that the runes might not be the key. Singing the chants 3 times seems to be the part of the ritual that mattered most. If done accordingly to the Taoist method, one recital of the chant takes 1 minute, so we need at least 3 minutes for that part of the ceremony. Of course, we may or may not need more time, and it might not even be about the number of repetitions, but we need a rough estimate at least. There's no sugarcoating the risk. In order for the monster to actually enter this room, one of us needs to use the incense again. We still don't know that much about lilac grass, but we know that inhaling the smoke is an integral part of it. This is why he's doing all of this. He wants to sniff the grass. This time we are in full control over who inhales the incense. It's gonna be me. I did my best to trim the shape of the incense stick for it to burn more slowly. Also, the smoke should sink to the ground more easily. Whoever's our bait stays close to the ground, while another keeps an eye on overall situation. It should all be done as quickly as possible. The smoke will begin to thicken after all. If both people lose consciousness at the same time, that would mean certain doom. I'm sorry. To put it bluntly, lure it out and stay calm. When it emerges, use the thing we prepared to delay it as long as possible. Certain doom. Delay it. She looks at the various items around her. They are covered with paper of the same color as the floor to camouflage them. Amazing how much they have managed to hide from prying eyes. Using these things to interrupt a sinister monster that slaughters humans for fun is like threatening a polar bear with a toothpick. Yeah. However, the runes copied from the ones found at Craneview Temple might give them additional powers. Are we supposed to see the runes, or are they being put down on the picnic blanket in the white sheet? A human's worst fear is always uncertainty, and this is no exception. Although you were the one who asked for help yesterday, it seems like you'll be protecting me instead. Since she has the most experience with incense, Eloise volunteered to play the bait. But you should have made it a doom. No, it's funnier if you say it like that. Certain doom. However, yesterday proved to Cecile that even experience doesn't protect you from its dangerous effects. But she had no valid reason to tell Eloise not to do it. Eloise. Yes? After this is all over, let's sit down and talk, okay? My phone stops beeping. Excuse me, I have to answer that. Oh, it's the silkworm. Yeah, he says he will be there on time. She tries to cover up her embarrassment. With the store manager's lighter in hand, she lights the incense sticks one by one. She's multitasking, answering the phone and lighting incense. Cecile frowns at the all too familiar smell. She waves her hands around to get rid of the smoke, which is indeed thinner than usual, meaning that her preparations were effective. If she doesn't deliberately inhale the smoke, it should be possible to stave off the effects a little longer. Eloise reaches for the incense and places it right next to her. Then she lies down sideways on the ground, her hands folded as if in prayer. Now it's up to you, Cecile. Her words already sound as if she is struggling to speak clearly. Yes, don't worry, Eloise. Cecile gets up and turns on the playback of her phone's recorder. Despite knowing that it's purely psychological, Cecile takes a deep breath. Oh god. These are some creepy sounds. She knows these are about to be the longest 3 minutes of her life. We will get to see the worm? Fuck. This is showdown. It's quiet all around them, even though the recording is playing. The entire room seems to stand still. When will it emerge? Eloise doesn't know the answer to that. Her chest is heaving a little. Her palms are sweaty as Eloise unconsciously rolls up the silk thread in a loop, only to loosen it again, over and over. The store manager's hoarse voice gradually melts into the background as he continues his chanting. The air is heavy. My god. Oh. It's very uncomfy. Eloise's eyelids are fluttering. This isn't good, but Cecile knows she did everything she could. A tingling, stinging sensation. Despite there being no light in the room, its corners suddenly turn even darker. Blacker than black. A cloud of smoke rises. Cecile instinctively waves around to disperse it, only to realize that the smoke isn't coming from the incense on the ground. This strange purple smoke doesn't adhere to the laws of physics. It doesn't even have a source. The air feels like a sponge soaked in ink, letting out smoke every time it's squeezed. What was that? What's that of? Screenshot. Someone took a photo. Detours. Almost as if it was sentient, which it is. I'm thinking the silkworm is sentient. The purple smoke condenses in a corner, then a crunching sound, like fabric being torn. Cecile stares at the point where the smoke has gathered and holds her breath. The darkness deforms and warps again, sending a chill through the room. No pupils, no eyelids, no shimmering white in the dark. But an eye is an eye. Cecile recognizes it immediately. She could never forget it. It is here. Oh my god, it looks like a dragon. Can I click on it? Press on the dragon for it to go away. The enigmatic monster seems to be adapting to its surroundings. Little by little, it is squeezing itself out of the fabric of darkness, its angular body spreading out, arcing in the air. This weird, bizarre being conflicts with the natural rules of our world. It is composed entirely of various sharp angles, but its surface is glistening with liquid reflections. One section of its body is covered in weird, scattered eyes, the closest thing to what we would call a head. Don't do that, please. This thing is abnormal from the very core of its existence. Cecile is sure of it. Rude? Without any warning, a cold, sticky feeling starts to wander up Cecile's ankles. It feels as if melted ice water is being injected into her veins, as if she's becoming weightless, as if she's free-falling, and the acid in her stomach is building up, a sickening sensation. The wail of everything she has come to accept and know as reality is mercilessly torn away. The last small sense of security she had left vanished. Her sanity crumbles as her body folds and falls apart within itself. She would like to close her strained eyes, if only to escape the horrifying mad gaze, but she eventually swallows the fear and tries to maintain eye contact. Sharp, bone-like appendages are protruding from its body, their razor-sharp tips giving the impression that they could rip time and space itself apart. It must be a kind of claw, Cecile quietly thinks to herself. You can't see anything that resembles an ear, but God only knows how this thing functions. Its physics-defying body is strangely twisting and rearranging every couple of seconds. Upon closer inspection, she realizes that the different shapes are not directly connected to one another. They seem to be loosely hanging in space, ignoring all the constraints of common sense. She readies herself for what's next. Cecile pulls on a thin thread, and the slight tearing sound of adhesive tape can be heard from further away. Oof! The remaining corners of the room have also been covered with tape, which maintains a subtle tension that, once unfastened, creates a curve in the corner. What did they do? What is that supposed to be? With a bit of luck, it might be possible to cut off the creature's entrance. Why would you want to do that? You wanted to leave, right? However, it doesn't exactly work out as planned. The appendages on the morphing monster's body easily cut through everything in its path. The parts of it that have already successfully emerged that can be removed by simply erasing the corners. With a disturbing cracking sound, like tendons snapping, the thing raises its head and looks around. It takes but a second to spot its target. Eloise, I'm here for you. Shit. Fuck. This was the first jump scare in this game. Ah! Small puddle of liquid, much like water, is forming on the ground in front of Cecile. Underhill! The creature's body has splattered into a pulpy, bony puddle, as if it has been thrown against the window with full force. So, was that intended? Or... For a short moment, it reminds Cecile of a scene at a terrible car accident. Something seems to have been viciously ripped from the air. Despite the fact that she didn't inhale, her lungs start bulging, filling up like a balloon. She can feel a faint heat rising from beneath her feet. Smoke is rising up from the ground. The runes are already showing signs of damage after just one attack. They can only delay it for a little bit, Cecile thinks to herself. These runes are just a small help. They can't be relied on for protection. Weird crunching and clicking noises are coming from the monster's unnatural body as it retreats back into a dark corner. So it's leaving? The thing is floating through the air like some otherworldly god, the corners of the room being the entrance to its kingdom. Cecile is drenched in cold sweat. Nobody really knows what the original runes were for. With no practical knowledge about them, this right here is the only way to see how they actually work. The store manager only explained it vaguely before. Cecile can't blame him. Even if she understood the principle herself, it would still be difficult to explain it to someone else. The nightmarish creature is behaving as if it isn't bound to this world at all, and is free to traverse through space, the space covered in runes being the sole exception. It's impossible to keep track of its movement or understand them. Its body defies common sense, twisting and morphing in the most disturbing ways. Its actions and movements are ferociously rapid, and its piercing eyes render any attempts at hiding it from it futile. Does any of it really have an effect? If anything, it looks as if the monster avoiding the spot seems to be a conscious decision. While Cecile is still lost in thought, the monster attempts a second strike. This time, the ground shakes under the vicious attack. Various items are violently thrust into the air, reduced to nothing but dust. Cecile lowers the thread in her hands. It is not surprising that the Taoist fell victim to this ferocious beast. This isn't a fight that can be solved by brute force, even if you have the proper weapons at hand. If anything, rash and violent decisions would only make things worse. The runes seem to be keeping up for now. Despite showing first signs of cracking under pressure, they've already surpassed everyone's expectations. But there's still more to be done. Cecile holds her breath and kneels down again. Then she starts drawing something on the ground. A third attack. No thinking, just drawing. The moment the pen touches the ground, it moves as if it has a mind of its own. Cecile quickly fills in the part of the runes that have disintegrated. The monster is now rampaging outside the rune circle, frustrated. The store manager's plan was to ambush it. Doesn't seem to be working out as planned, but it's too late to worry about that. So is the store manager in the room, or is he chilling outside with Scarlet? The faint ringing in the distance. 1 minute has passed. Just 1 minute. Sudden impact from the side. Another one. Still holding up so far. Despite the heat, the marker is still drawing runes onto the ground. The monster thrashes around, smashing against the barrier, making it hard for Cecile to keep up. There are 12 sets of overlapping rune patterns on the ground. Each impact damages about 2 or 3 of them. The process differs depending on the pattern, but Cecile manages to repair 1 or 2 each time. This would be a mini game to build in. Like the runes that are disappearing, you have to click on them really, really fast. So they're repaired. Luckily, the ink is withstanding in the inexplicable heat. Although the ancient pioneers of the ceremony were more professional than everyone here combined, modern science and technology do have their advantages. To avoid inhaling too much incense, Cecile quietly gets up, gasping for air. It's almost like coming up for air when swimming, but through supernatural smoke instead of water. Nobody expected this to turn into a deadly game of tug of war, but there's still hope. Now that they know how it works, they are determined to stand their ground and finish this. Red square, red square, red square, red square. What? Is it supposed to work like this? Dizziness sweeps over Cecile, as if she were suffering from extreme vertigo. Her vision goes dark. She falls to her knees and tries to break her fall by reaching towards the ground. This is dangerous. If she falls and lands outside of a safe space... Her left hand seems to dig into the ground, beyond the boundary. She instinctively retracts her left hand and pushes herself back off the ground immediately. There's a gaping hole in the center of her palm, white bones and pulsing veins clearly visible. There's no pain, no bleeding, and whatever fluid is dripping out of the wound disappears into thin air. The malicious creature flies to one side in annoyance, readying itself once again. As Cecile realizes what is happening, her legs turn weak. What kind of a bite was that? Cecile is so confused right now that she can't think clearly. She tries to regain her footing, but she stumbles and kicks the marker away from her. Oh no! With a sharp, abrupt hiss, the creature rushes towards it, knowing it to be the girl's only hope. It is no match for the creature's attack. The marker breaks apart. Damn it. Black ink splashes across the room like blood. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Cecile screams, but dares not reach out again. Eloise is still lying beside her, her clothes torn from the many attacks. Cecile glances over to check on her. Fortunately, she is still unharmed. The music is not quite fitting to that. The monster twists its head and looks back at Cecile, its weirdly appendages ready for another attack. Is the music too loud? I feel like it's too loud. But then it stops in midair, and its many teeth scatter onto countless strands of blue silk. Now it looks like a jellyfish, pressed flat against the wall of a glass tank. It's playing around, trying to provoke its prey. Meanwhile, the inky runes on the floor are frothing and producing a pungent smell after having blocked so many of the creature's attacks. What should they do? I'm gonna have to make a choice? They've long lost the marker and there's only one pencil, a pair of scissors and some paper cutters left within the rune circle. The pencil was used for rough sketching, but repairing the rune patterns with it would be nearly impossible. It's nowhere near as effective as the ink marker. However, the runes won't hold much longer if nothing is done about it. Maybe her mind is just playing tricks on her, but Cecile can hear a faint wailing from somewhere. The most important thing now is time. Stay calm, stay calm. With each attack, the runes are damaged even more. The ink boils until parts of the runes simply evaporate into thin air. There's nothing here that Cecile could use to quickly replace the evaporated ink. Even if there was, it seems like the runes would remain fragile either way. But what about something other than drawings? Cecile is surprised at her own rationality. Her breathing is calm and her thoughts are clear. There might be another way to make the runes more sustainable. Blood? If a whole set of runes could be engraved on the surface, it might work. Even if the ink ultimately disappears, the engraved parts would last. The hard floor isn't an option. but much is clear since they tested it in the afternoon. All she has is a pencil and a knife. So the pencil then? Although nowhere near as large as the radius of the rings on the ground, at least the pencil has a cylindrical shape. By drawing the runes much closer together and compressing the whole pattern, they could indeed be carved into the pencil. Even though the pencil can be stood upright on the ground, the scaly silkworm can't reach space near the runes, so it might just buy everyone some time. That's it! The ground is shaking, and the creature seems to have found its rhythm. The pauses between its attack are getting shorter. The self-imposed cage seems to be crumbling. The phone starts beeping once again. The second minute has passed, and about half of the prepared defenses have already been destroyed. There's no way to retrieve what has been lost. Soon there won't be enough space for one person to lie down in. Cecile helps Eloise into a sitting position, while she leans against her body for support. She throws the notebook aside, picks up the pencil and the knife, and starts engraving as fast as she possibly can. There must be not any straight lines, no corners, and most importantly, no mistakes. Cecile has never been under so much pressure. The clock is ticking. She barely even looks at what she's doing as she moves the knife across the pencil, a piece of wood less thick than her pinky finger. No matter how driven and motivated anyone else would probably wouldn't have been able to do this. Thanks to Cecile's artistic skills, though, she has nimble fingers. Oh, so she doesn't suck at all. She's making it count. Dot, 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 square, square, square. Disturbed by what's going on, Eloise suddenly frowns and starts to whisper. Cecile responds casually, but doesn't get any more answers from Eloise. It was probably just a nightmare, induced by the hallucinations. Poor Eloise. No matter how hard she tries to fight it, the incense around her is still eating away at Cecile's self-control. Something is floating in the corners of her eyes. It kind of looks like a row of British guards, bearskin hats. Hallucinations? Cecile can't worry about that right now. An unrelenting shockwave brings her back to reality. Wham! Another one of those, and this whole room might start coming down on top of everyone. Cecile is even more determined now. The beast is circling its prey, occasionally picking up whatever objects are close to it and tearing them to pieces. Looks like even supernatural creatures get frustrated sometimes. Cecile adjusts her position to make more room for Eloise. The safe zone has shrunk once again. So many protective rooms have broken by now that Cecile can already feel the monster's wild breath on her face. Does it breathe? It extends its sharp appendages again, stretching its bony teeth around Cecile in an effort to demonstrate its impending victory. It was my decision. She had nothing to... Eloise is still immersed in hallucinations. She twists and turns her body uneasily. In spite of the situation, Cecile still manages to squeeze out a bitter smile. It seems like all the trouble started the moment she joined the art club. Although she ignored the provocations back then, Cecile could never forget how sad and scared she'd been. Without Eloise's help, she wouldn't have made it through the bullying and harassment. She still remembers the day Eloise stood up for her for the first time. It was a tense moment. What Eloise did will always mean a lot to her. Who would have thought that the moment would create such a close friendship? And who would have thought that the friendship could cause her so much pain? Cecile finishes the last engraving with tears in her eyes. A loud, unpleasant sound fills the room. This time the monster seems determined. All of a sudden, thousands of whirling tentacles extend right up to Cecile's face. Cecile begins to panic at the creature's bizarre morphing. She takes a deep breath, forgetting about the incense around her. However, someone else manages to react even faster. Stop it! Although she still hasn't fully recovered yet and is shaking on her feet, Eloise stands up. She steps directly in front of Cecile to shield her. A last line of defense. This isn't how Cecile pictured things to turn out. Eloise? Eloise ignores Cecile's shouts and stays where she is. Looks almost as if she's in a trance. No matter what. Today is her birthday. Really? It's Cecile's birthday? Up! Okay. So the monster is just here to give her a present? This is all a misunderstanding. Watch out! A large shadow pounces out of the darkness with incredible force. A burst of wind blows Cecile's hair out of her face. You can feel the sudden impact, but there's no sound at all. It hurts! Oh! Art. Sharp pain shoots through her arms like lightning, and several bones seem to be cracked. Her shoulders make crunching sounds when she moves, but she tries to ignore it. Even the slightest push would make her fall to her knees right now. It looks as if Cecilia's improvised rune pencil saved both of their lives. A small thing like that proved nearly as effective as the large runes, enough to survive an all-out attack, at least this once. Why? Why did you? Whispering to herself, Cecile takes a look at Eloise, who's struggling to get back up from the ground. She's overcome with emotion. Eloise, why did... I don't know what to say. Square, square, square. After the many attacks, Cecile feels as if she can follow the thing's thought process by now. Although it's still attacking fiercely, Cecile can sense its exhaustion. Even a creature like that has its limits. The chanting in the background is nearly over. The third minute is almost up. Once that happens, the creature might finally be soothed by the mysterious tune, just like it was in the past. The moment of truth. Cecile holds tightly onto the pencil. There's radiant, blinding bursts of light. Staring directly into its eyes makes his actions a little more predictable somehow. Knowing what's going to come next could give them a fighting chance. Not today, Mr. Monster. Cecile murmurs to herself as she shakes her bloody arm, covered in cuts. I know what I need to do now. This time the attack came from the left. Just as Cecile thought, the monster is cunning and is targeting the injured Eloise instead. Knowing where the next attack might come from gives Cecile an advantage, however small it may be. This is also a repetition. Who is that? Is that a monster or is it supposed to be Eloise? Maybe it's Yasmin. No, we don't know who it is. The monster twists and turns, snapping through the air like a whip. She's beginning to feel the blood loss from her arm, but Cecile clenches her teeth and stares at the whimpering creature, refusing to let go of the object in her hand. The pencil is boiling hot. It feels as if she's gripping a scorching iron. The stench of burning skin drifts up her nose, so she's actually on fire. But that doesn't matter now. The creature suddenly changes its strategy. It flows through the air, tearing away pieces of its own body with sharp, pointy claws. Pulpy green liquid drips over Cecile's head. Cecile raises her left arm in an attempt to keep the liquid away from her and Eloise, but it's too much and her frame is too small to block it. The sticky green pus drips into her skin and immediately creeps along it like a living thing. It burns through Cecile's soft skin, rushing through her veins, boiling her blood. Elastar! Hello! You're here for the finale! We're finishing this monster. Or it will finish us, who knows. And yeah, have fun with the pants potion. Your pants are now magical. The entire left side of her body seems to be burning up and melting away, while the right side is strangely frigid and cold. It feels as if someone is hammering nails straight into her heart. But she wants to live. She has to. It can't have all been for nothing. Hey, it's almost time, right? You wanna see my magical pants? If you don't hurry, I'm going to run! There's a sound of something ripping and the bizarre mountain of angles assumes a shape again. Accompanied by an extremely sharp howling sound, the monster's body strikes out once more. Wham! Cecile extends her left arm. The toxic fluids have already burned her skin, so offering up some more won't make a difference. Intentionally letting the beast come closer is a lot harder than she'd thought. Cecile's left arm is almost completely numb, and the whirlwind of lashing tentacles nearly reaches the tip of her nose. At the critical moment, Cecile bites down the pencil hard. Although the shock of the impact almost cracks her neck and the teeth turn dull with pain, she remains on her feet. Happy Saturday, Alastor, yes! More than a dozen pairs of eyes are directly facing her. Would you feel better without those things? Says who? Cecile does her best to keep her brain from processing the pain pulsating through her body. Fine, whatever happens, happens. Maybe the incense is showing effect, but her expression is becoming less tense and she smiles. Yeah, I'm very relaxed now. How are you doing? I'm good. This fight is supposed to take 3 minutes, but I think we started 25 minutes ago? It's a bit of a suspense killer if you add too much fluff to your fight. With her hand covered in blood oozing from her cut arm, she quickly draws a circular mark on the monster's forehead. Time is relative when you fight a silkworm, yes! Oh, there we go. She's drawing. Good thing she's in the art club. Oh no! Oh, this must be the monster speaking in squares. Square, 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 square! Shit! Square, square, square. The roof starts spinning. Or is it the whole world? A warm sensation is spreading through her lower abdomen, as if she's been punched in the gut. Would you like a gut punch? Cecile? Cecile falls to the ground and is unable to muster any strength to get back up. She turns her head to the side, wanting to see if Eloise is okay. No longer strong! Can't. No. Who is Eloise talking to? There's another ringing sound. At last, the darkness swallows her whole. Oh no, bad ending. Artists are skilled at fighting monsters. Yes. Ah! Did we do it? A hint of warmth gently sweeps over her body like a soft wave. How long has it been? Her vision is still blurry and she's unable to process what happened. What she does know, however, is that right now there's nothing to worry about. Only now that this weird, unsettling feeling in the back of her mind has fully gone away, does she realize how long the creature has haunted her, nestled in her thoughts. Just thinking about it is enough to give her a headache. What exactly did she do last night? Cecile is unsure whether she even wants to remember. A cold, bone-crushing pain still lingers in her chest. But she doesn't feel as if she's being watched any longer. It should be considered a success, no matter the circumstances. The floor is a mess, covered in sharp scratches. The walls are speckled with ink and other liquids, as if a bomb went off inside the room. Cecile is lying on her back, covered with a thick fleece blanket. Tears are shimmering in her eyes. They really do taste like salt, she thinks to herself as a single tear rolls down her lips. She has never cried before? It looks very improvised, but her wounds are covered with gauze and bandages. Yep, they're still not sending those girls to the hospital. The strong smell of disinfectant hangs in the air. Oh, wait. She looks around and spots the notes next to her. It says, "Good morning, I'm waiting for you downstairs. I have breakfast, pancakes and waffles." Thanks, you're welcome. The paper appears to have been ripped out of the store manager's notebook. It's already starting to turn a little yellow. It's been 5 years. She's been lying in this room for 5 years. The paper is starting to get a little yellow. Even though he's taking care of a bookstore, barely, his handwriting is atrocious. Cecile almost feels bad about thinking that way, but it's true. She quickly discards the thought. She already owes him so much, and without his help, Eloise and her probably wouldn't have lived to see the sun come up today. Asking so many favors of him, ruining the whole room, Cecile feels terrible about it. Really? She makes a mental note to apologize to him for her behavior at the earliest opportunity. Is the worm waiting for her downstairs? That is a plot twist. The worm made breakfast. Her left wrist and shoulder are swollen. Cecile moves around to make sure she hasn't dislocated anything, and to make sure it doesn't still hurt. 3 minutes against a creature like that. She can count herself lucky if this is the full extent of her injuries. What is she going to tell her father when she goes back home today? I fought a worm and won? If there's croissants, all is good. Yes. Cecile is still a little worried, but she's feeling a lot calmer today. Already. Cecile decided to let that hard-earned peace and quiet sink in for a little while longer. To be completely honest, I don't know what to do. Oh! Well... No pain, no bleeding. Just doesn't seem right, but I suggest we wait and see how things turn out. Would be weird to go to a doctor with these kind of symptoms and not be able to properly explain how you got them in the first place. So yeah, still no doctor. This girl was supposedly in a coma. It said so in the text. Then she woke up and, yeah, everything was fine. Still no doctor. I'm a therapist, that's enough. I used to be one until I lost my license. The creature pierced a large hole through Cecile's left hand, and although the entire back of her palm is laid bare, she is still able to move her hand as if the bone wasn't touched at all. Okay. The way she is able to make a fist and almost fit 3 fingers through the hole is truly unsettling. My god. For now, let's cover it up with bandages. And if anyone asks, say you had an accident, you have to watch out for infection. I know a guy who might know a way to get it to heal properly. Dude, you are being sus as fuck. I know a guy. Looks like it's up to him to come up with something. Gotta go. Have a good end of stream. Thank you. Have a great rest of your weekend. Oh, and I'm sorry. Sorry for how things escalated and how far you had to push yourselves. And about your hand, maybe when that strange guy delivers the next batch of books, I can ask him about it. You too, thank you. Anyway, it would be best if you let yourself heal first, regain some strength. Do you want to stay here, or do you want to go back to school? I don't feel too comfortable about you not showing up there all day. Well, I accidentally turned off my phone yesterday and just realized I've received so many messages, it's about to burst. I'm popular, what can I say? Eloise, are you really okay? Let's just make up an excuse. I think we should go back and explain it to the teachers. Well, that's one possibility, yeah. Sounds fine by me. Just promise me not to cause any more trouble. Not for yourself, not for others. For your own sake. Then we'll hurry there now and come back later to make amends. Bwammies! Yes, we'll do that. I'm really sorry. Alright, just give me enough time to have a good cry while I think about who to call to help me clean up this mess. And just like that, the two students hurry out of the store and head to school. In the end, they're both still kids. As much as Scarlett hates annoying children, Cecilia and Eloise clearly don't fall under that category. Are you sure? They still have a long road ahead of them, and if they struggle along the way, it's okay to help them out in whatever way possible. Just a few days were enough to draw me out of the quiet and safe life I've been leading. Who could have known a single conversation would lead to such adventure? And there's that whole mess upstairs to take care of somehow. Just thinking about it makes my my head throb. Staying here is, shall we say, necessity. So I might as well keep the place tidy. So, it looks as if things have been resolved. What do you mean resolved? We still don't have a cure for the wound. We can't just let Cecilia run around with a hole in her hand for the rest of her life. When did you get here anyway? Who knows how long he's been standing there already? He bows his head in my direction, a pile of books in his arms. I brought more books. A pleasant afternoon to you. If you're talking about an open wound, I would suggest giving up on it. These beings are simply passing through our dimension, and time and space itself could not comprehend the wounds they cause. However, since they are only travelers, our world will forget them eventually. At that point it will become even more difficult to keep track of them. You sure seem to know a lot about them. How peculiar. An uneasy feeling spreads through my chest. Just a moment ago I was prepared to come up with a clever way of getting information out of him. but now I don't feel like it anymore. Oh, ad breaks incoming. It feels like this game has only a couple of lines to go. So it will be like one of those long sentences that fill up one message box, and then on the other message box is gonna be just one word. Impending doom. But anyway, I will still make an ad break here and drink some water. And see you on the other side. Okay, I'm back. Thanks to an old book you gave me, the girls weren't torn to pieces by that thing called scaly silkworm. Should I thank you for that? Don't give me that look. I would have liked to assist you in person, but you're well aware that I'm not allowed to go beyond this floor. What do you mean? He's right. Even the stairs are off limits to him. Why is that? Even if he gave everything he's got, he could only take one step before being pushed back by an invisible force. Explain? It was only after the accident that I found out that his legs have been replaced with a pair of prosthetics. What? But why is it an invisible force? What happened to Hermitage way back then? I can't even imagine. Nowadays the building resembles a cursed city. No one can leave, no one can enter. Also, he actually can't leave. But people enter the shop. You may not realize it, but your instincts have always been sharp. It was a very wise decision to not to get involved. He brushes some dust off his head. How so? The scaly silkworm appears in this dimension by entering and exiting from a certain perspective. And you will find that everyone has one. Consider, for example, the eyes. Learned scholars died tragically at home. Kings were mysteriously murdered in their castles. Witchcraft researchers suddenly perished, all of them torn and cut. Their henchmen and assistants didn't always share that luxury. Many were left with a large, gaping hole in their face. So it can enter our dimension through a human face. I'm afraid that it's a legitimate, valid theory. Moreover, it's been documented that all sorts of anomalies and deformities have developed on these victims over time. It's more than enough to drive them mad and ultimately kill them. They call it the Devil's Whisper. An apt name for the condition, if you ask me. A shiver goes down my spine as I listen to these stories. The Crane Temple Taoist described the silkworm as a storm of unpredictable shapes. Its destructive urges lead me to believe that it's primitive. However, it is actually a highly intelligent being. You can't afford to be reckless against an enemy who doesn't even adhere to our concepts of life and death. Things looked really grim, and it was a gamble, but my faith in the runes was well placed. Our ancestors have treated us well. Thanks to the runes, the girls' lives were saved. Otherwise, they would have met the same cruel fate as the priests back then. Runes? What are you referring to? Protective runes carved into the floor. The priests seem to have relied on them to ward off the silkworm during the ceremony too. Although they weren't that durable, they still proved most useful. Is that so? How intriguing. That's new, even to me. There haven't been any examples of symbols being useful against silkworms in the past? Well, this is roughly what it looks like. We overlapped this pattern a dozen times, just to be safe. I take a tattered draft of the runes from the table and hand it to him. He seems quite interested, gazing at the patterns as intently as if he wanted to burn through the paper. But then he frowns. If I remember correctly, this is just a type of common hexagram often used in Southern Taoism. It's very messy, distorted even. It's harmless, and it doesn't carry any powers as far as I can tell. Are you sure it really had an effect on the silkworm? Well, to be honest, I don't really know. It did save the two girls, and judging by the havoc that was caused upstairs, I don't think they had enough strength left to make up a lie like that. In any case, it's all quite outrageous. Almost like a tug of war without a rope. The silkworm destroyed all the protective precautions I put in place. Without them, would Cecile even have had a chance of surviving for 3 minutes? Perhaps I'm overreacting. Since nobody has proven otherwise, it may be possible that the hexagram is effective against the silkworm. Under what circumstances would you usually use this hexagram? Well, it has various applications. Since it has no real function and exists only as a symbol, it is often found on various decorative items. Not as distorted as in your drawing, though. Huh? That explains it, I guess. What's the matter? It's nothing. Starting to believe that I've just been really lucky lately. Luck is never more than a prerequisite, and no amount of luck would help if you didn't put in the effort. Compliments won't do me any good. I realize that. I just want you to be fully aware of how much of a difference you can make. He checks the bookshelves one by one, looking satisfied. Accurate categorization, no missing volumes. You were born to do this. Why are you helping me? You were born to do this. He's not selling any books. You mean these books? Forget about taking me in for a moment. From the very beginning, you seemed to know what was going on with Cecile. If that's really the case, wouldn't it have been better to be straightforward about it? We eat, drink, and walk according to what we were taught. But most of the world is foolish and lacks self-reflection, so we should be careful. I don't get it. What is the meaning of that? We are creatures of habit, but most of the world is dumb, and so we should be careful. The deliverer bows his head as he quietly recites this line. It sounds like some kind of lesson. It is the motto that a group of shady individuals use to keep themselves motivated. Even though its origins elude them nowadays, they are still more careful than anyone else, even to this day. Unfortunately, I can't distance myself from them for a variety of reasons. His tone is bitter and seems to be hiding a lot of regret. When I was younger, let me tell you my life story. I followed them blindly, often into situations I shouldn't have been part of. If it hadn't been for a coincidence, I might still be in the dark about that. I'd never assumed to call myself innocent, but that doesn't mean I was happy to stand by and watch them do what they did. Is that why you were hoping to help? The deliverer nods silently. Well, I'll be honest then. Even if helping Cecile brings you some kind of benefit that I don't know about, I won't bother telling you about anything else, unless it's out of the ordinary. You are my landlord, after all. However, in an environment like this, I can hardly guarantee good quality work. This time around, luck was the only thing that made this a success. Don't you have a better alternative than that? You seem to be overestimating my abilities. Every single brick and tile here is priceless to me, and you sleep peacefully upstairs every night, while I can't even take a look inside. Is this place so that precious to you? He gives me a sad look and speaks in a serious tone of voice. It is my home. It is the only place I find peace and stability. But you can't enter it. However, that is why I'm able to place you here with such confidence. For me, this is the last chance that God has given me. You seem to be having a hard time with it, though. As long as your results live up to my expectations, the pain I'm feeling is just part of the process. That statement already sounds much more like himself again. I stretch my hands and drill the cigarette into the ashtray. So what else can I do for you? When the time comes, you'll know. And you'll have to do what... And all you have to do is what you think is right. He picks up his briefcase and turns around to leave the store. Until then, just hang in there. Hang in there. Look down at the notebook on my desk. In just a few days, it's already been filled with a multitude of notes and memos. Once they have been turned on, some switches are difficult to turn off again. We could all use a break right now. Eloise? Eloise? What? Sorry, I was distracted. Did you see anything strange? No, I was just curious. I saw someone walk by who looked familiar. Oh, you mean you saw someone you know near the bookstore? I don't think anyone from school would hang out there. Maybe the clothes were just similar. Well, it's not particularly unusual to be wearing a trench coat in this weather, but something felt strange. Really? I didn't even notice. Never mind. It's too late to do anything about it now. The girl nods and continues towards the station. It's sunnier than usual, but the weather hasn't been good these last few days. There are many things that she'd like to say, but the words are stuck in her throat, and she can't get them out. Eloise can't help but think about how many messy things had turned out. She feels as if everything is her fault, but she is still overwhelmed by recent events. She has the courage to accept any punishment, but it never came. It's as if she herself has become the person she used to hate so much, which makes her feel incredibly hollow inside. She sees the way Cecile's walking next to her, light on her feet and unburdened. She feels somewhat relieved, but also selfishly filled with despair. She has to face it. She can no longer choose to avoid it. Cecile, as it turns out, I'm not going to forgive you just like that. Is this really what's going to be like? I don't want you to misunderstand, so I thought it would be best to make myself clear. I have no intention of forgiving you just like that. Cecile stands in front of Eloise, feet firmly planted on the ground, no sign of doubt on her face. The autumn breeze gently lifts up her slightly disheveled hair, revealing a few red marks on her face. For the first time, Eloise is a little uncomfortable looking into Cecile's clear, determined eyes. It used to be the other way around. Honestly, that's okay. It's not over yet. We're not the only ones in the art club. That sentence shakes her up more than anything else. It's not like... You acquired a lot of lilac grass in the past, right? We will put that to good use. I can't just ignore the fact that you used something so dangerous. Cecile tries to smile as the sun shines down on her, spreading its warmth across the entire road. I can forgive you. It's just one more decision I have to make, and as things are, it's not that hard for me anymore. But like the store manager said, forgiveness is never the end of a matter. There is no difference between forgiving someone and running away. Forgiveness alone proves nothing, just like running away doesn't either. Trying to make a change is the only thing that makes a difference in the world. Look, what would people think if we just made up and pretended that nothing happened? Eloise had paid a high price to prove herself, but it's true that there's more than one person involved in this situation. But the seeds that were planted down, the seeds that were planted don't just disappear. I'm the one responsible for all of this. I shouldn't be the one to say this, but Cecile, you really do care about others too much. I don't think so. If mistakes were made, it's our duty to solve them, even if we weren't responsible for them. I don't plan on shouldering anyone else's burden. You cleaned up after others, though. I'll listen to apologies, and I'll stay reasonable, always. The same goes for you, Eloise. If we're really still friends, then come with me and talk to our classmates. Cecile seems to have prepared the speech a long time ago. Eloise's vision becomes a little blurry as she watches her friend talk so seriously. So, Eloise, hey, are you alright? What? Yeah, I'm obviously... Eloise can no longer hold back her emotions. Blurry? The sorrow, the pain, the regret. They never went away after all, and now they're bursting out with her tears. Even I can't forgive myself for some things, but you can. Stop it. It has nothing to do with her. Why are you quoting? But it's her birthday. Oh, yeah. She saved her, or tried to stand in front of her on her birthday. I remember someone saying something like that last night, and it surely as hell wasn't me. At this school, only one person knows when my birthday is. And it's a silkworm. So what exactly did you see? And who did you say it to? Cecile covers her cheeks, looking embarrassed. You want to change, right? And I still have many things to learn. I want to continue this journey with you. Eloise doesn't even hear the whole sentence. The only thing she can hear is the sound of her own sobbing. Cecile gently hugs Eloise, trying her best to share her warmth. Now we have all the time in the world to correct our mistakes, to make things right. If patience really is the key, we will just have to be patient a little longer. If this is how we can make friends, that's motivation enough. Eloise tries to open her eyes, but all she can see is Cecile's bright smile right in front of her. Besides, I owe them an apology too. After all, I still don't know everyone's name yet. Okay. But even with tears in her eyes, Eloise smiles, and the sun, along with Cecile's embrace, fills her heart with warmth. Come on, we still need to get a lot of things done. Mm-hmm. Aww. The young girl used to have one problem. She suffered from nightmares, even during the day. Now she's finally found her way to true redemption. It wasn't her fault, though. A faint light. A little light can be seen, but not much. It's a precious thing, and there aren't many of those. Every few heartbeats, light tears through the darkness in front of its eyes. Then it remembers a good thing, and the bad ones disappear into oblivion. I thought this... How long is this game going? There's no really... I mean, we solved the case, right? It imagines itself eating, drinking, stretching its arms. After doing all that, the deepness surrounds it again. Red learns to be tired, but it also learns to crave a little excitement. But not yet. Neither this deep self nor the outer world is prepared for that encounter. A voice is calling it from the other side. It's in the deepest depths, but the light is everywhere, and it belongs there. It isn't time yet. Its new wings have not yet grown, and its new self is not mature enough, so it waits. It decided to take care of the immediate problem first. Imagining itself eating, drinking, or stretching its arms. This is like a topic break? Are we talking about the silkworm? Is it going to return? What is going on? Or love and family? Chapter 2 of Infinity. Yeah, so... So we finished chapter 1? I hope. Because, yeah, the girl's story was concluded. Well, I'm definitely not going to continue with chapter 2 today. How long is this game? How many chapters are there? I have to look that up. Is this as long as Steins Gate? I mean, the game is quite interesting, but it feels like there's a lot of stuff going on. It feels longer than it should. So roughly 1/4, though. Supposedly it has 4 chapters. Oh, I see. Well, so I needed 3 sessions for chapter 1, but both of them were short because one of them was started after Ghost Trick, and the other one was last weekend, where I had to go back to work on my game. So maybe I will need 2 sessions to finish 1 chapter, but they have to be long sessions. And the clues I collected are gone. Did I use up all the clues? Nope. I did not use all the clues. Conclusion, scaly silkworm. Tables turned. And the deliverer was like, hey, I'm here too. I wonder what the 10 of thing is on the leftmost page. What do you mean? 10 of thing. At the chapters. Oh, 10 of 16, 10 of 23. No clue. What were those clues for, if we didn't use them? Suspicious that there are 3 of them. Should we make our own conclusion? Scaly silkworm, the time hunter? Cecile's proving herself doesn't yield the desired results. In order to prevent her friend from facing a dark fate, she finally decided that it was up to her to show Eloise the way. But wasn't it Eloise who was trying to prove herself to the art club and didn't yield the desired result? And she thought it was okay to lock her up. Well, if you need 4 chapters, you might need them later. But if I go to chapter 2, I cannot access them anymore. They are gone. I can only see them if I go to chapter 1. Or we missed something in chapter 1. Could be, but we had only very specific points in which we could access the combinations. They were fixed points, because I looked to do this in between, see if I could put something together, but I couldn't. It's not possible to access this. It's 2 separate pages. There is no interaction unless the game gives you the prompt to. But I'm sure there's a way to collect all the achievements. In any case, the game is cool, but it drags a lot. There is a lot of writing that could have been optimized. The suspense was really diminished by that, by saying too much stuff, by writing a text that was too long and it had too many unnecessary sentences in between, where it was actually about the action. I'm 2, and maybe hits get moved for a later chapter, like chapter 4 could be like a conclusion. Oh yeah, maybe chapter 4 will get all the loose clues, and then we can work with them. So maybe I will pick another game to play next week and continue this at a later time. Still not sure. The first game Elf is not finishing. Just like Limes. Limes has never finished any game ever. Let's see who is streaming right now. So it starts. Yeah. I'm not so happy with the writing. Maybe this game is suffering because it's the first game I played after Paranormacide. Which, I mean, Paranormacide had a bunch of text as well, but nothing of that felt out of place or too much. It was just on point. And it's the second one. I still crave Ghost Tricks. Oh yeah, right. We didn't finish Ghost Tricks because I have a demo only. I haven't bought Ghost Tricks. But I can buy the Ghost Tricks. Armored Core is coming out. I want to buy Armored Core. And then only a month later, Lies of P. That's like 2 full price games that I would have to buy if I want to play this. after the release. And also, I want to play Remnant too, as well. I have to make a plan for this. Damn it. Do you want to continue Ghost Tricks? I like that too, but it's a game I would not necessarily play on stream. Time for a throne? A throne? What do you mean? This is hard. My joints crack loudly. Ouch. Oh, I already saved. I hope. Yeah, I saved. Yeah. This is a cool and cozy game, but I feel like any game after Paranormal Side was going to be like, this is not as good. Have you never encountered Throne? It's like an Amazon wishlist, but without privacy concerns. But sadly, rather salty fees. Oh my god, do you mean put a wish list for the community? I'm not sure I'm ready for that. I made that animation for lives. Yeah, dude, just let your followers buy you a MacBook. And it's not just the money issue, but also the time issue. When would I play all of this stuff? If I start in August with... If I start right now with Remnant, and middle of August or end of August, I would start with Armored Core. And then a couple of weeks later, Lies of P. It can be done, not without a plan. Yeah, I can make a throne list for Hot Jockey. But not for Remnant and Armored Core and Lies of P. That's just... Yeah, I always feel guilty when I buy a game and it sits around without me playing it. Unfortunately, I don't have many games like that, but I bought Assassin's Creed Odyssey some while ago because it was on sale, and I still haven't started it. So that's in the back of my mind. Yeah, maybe I should start playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey. It's also gonna be long. And also, should I play it on stream? It would be like a different topic then, because it's not a visual novel. But I heard there's dating going on. So dating games are definitely a thing we do here. We could start playing Odyssey as a dating game. I like that. My Steam library pile of shame grows. Yeah, mine is okay. It's not that bad. But yeah, there's Odyssey and couple of others, not many. But that's my tactic. Avoid buying games, especially at release date, because I know I won't have that much time to play them. And it's been good so far. But right now I'm really tempted to get them all. So, yeah. Wait, why did I do that? But anyway, who is streaming right now? Who can we raid today?
Only Sam. Interesting. Yay, I fixed the raid message too. It's all up to date. Yep, I guess let's raid Sam. Oops. Why am I still there? Hello. Why am I in front of my overlay? Thanks for the stream. You're very welcome. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And I will see you next weekend. And of course on Discord. Are you serious right now, Twitch? I cannot raid anyone? Why cannot I raid? I don't have a list of Twitch is dying. Yes. Twitch. Why are you doing this? Why are you like this? Wait, I will have to do it manually. Sam. Nope, something went wrong. My god. Yesterday chat broke every few minutes and today a lot of things are falling apart. We are unable to raid stripping at this time. Well, thank you. Let me refresh, maybe. Nope, it's not working. Oh no. The room is no longer in followers only mode? I've never was in followers only mode. Failed to determine content classification. Okay. Why? Welcome to the chat room. You are live. Yes, I know. I am live. I'm still live. I would like to raid someone. Nope. No can do. I can't raid anyone. Crap. Oh, alright then. Then we'll just go to Strippin's channel like this. Intended for certain audiences. Alright. He's streaming Baldur's Gate, just like everyone else. Manual elf raid will bring potions and patches. I can't post a link on my own chat. Oh, there we go. My god. Manual elf raid. Really, Twitch? For realsies. Alright. Technical difficulties. Happily at the end of the stream. Anyway, have a really great weekend. Thanks for stopping by, and I will see you next week. Bye!